Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Village of Ruidoso regular council meeting. It's 1 o'clock. If you will stand with me for a moment, we'll have a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures.
All right, you may be seated. And if you didn't know that last one, most of us didn't, and we could use some air conditioning in here, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, everybody. Can I get a roll call, please?
Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Eby.
Here.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Salas.
Here.
Councilor Hooker.
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
Councilor Corey.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We'd like to thank the good Lord above for the rain.
Amen.
All the right rain in all the right places. So we're very happy about that. I'd like to go ahead and get started. We'll get a motion for the approval of today's agenda, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move the approval of the agenda as presented and also to allow the chair to move items for discussion at will.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Councilor Hooker.
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Hooker.
Aye.
Councilor Corey.
Aye.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
She confused you again, didn't she?
We look a lot alike.
Yeah, you do.
I never had red hair.
We're going to move through. We only have 4 consent regular items today, so we'll move through those pretty quick. Item number 1 is approval of governing body minutes. May 13th, 2025 regular meeting. May 16th, 2025 special meeting. June 3rd, 2025 workshop meeting. Item number 2, approval of adoption of resolution 2025-18, a resolution supporting a public-private economic development Main Street project for fiscal year 2025-2026. Number 3 is the approval of award of RFP number 2025-010P to John Shoemaker and Associates, Inc. for hydrogeological water supply and water rights consultant services. Item number 4, if you ever want to see one, he's here in the audience. We'll show you what one of those guys look like. Item number 4, approval of joint funding agreement number 25 RGJFA 23 with the United States Department of Interior, United States Geological Survey, USGS, for the operation of USGS streamflow and precipitation gauges with a village cost share of $56,364.00.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent regular items as read.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, have a roll call, please, ma'am.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Councilor Hooker.
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Corey.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on to the public input. It's limited. Mayor Pro Tem will give you a countdown. Much time do they have, Mayor Pro Tem?
They have 5 minutes, but I will give you a 2-minute warning.
So we started calling this the Bill Hall Show because he speaks at every one of these. So Bill Hall, come on down.
I say change it to the Mr. Bill Show.
Mr. Bill, there you go.
That way Mr. Hand will come and smash him and he'll just say, oh no.
Get that on. There we go. Now you can hear me. Again, always thanks for the opportunity to address you guys. I've got 3 things I'll cover, and Rifle will keep me on track. The first one is an odd one because, for me, I am not a disc golfer, but I was duly impressed with the tournaments that we had here, and what I'm encouraging the council, the government body, and lodgers tax to consider is through that event, we were potentially given the opportunity to host a world championship if we could add 2 more courses to our layout. understand, yeah, land is part of having that. The courses themselves are a couple $100,000 to build each one, design it and build it. What I would encourage you to do is that Lodgers Tax Committee look at least this year, building one more course, and next year building another course. You've got an opportunity. I know this is crazy because my regular golf game struggles with this, but you could make a really interesting course around Lake Grindstone with lots of water hazards. I think disc golfers should face the same water hazards that normal golfers do. So, that, as I said, that's just something to encourage you and those in Lodgers Tax. It had a positive impact on the community, and when you look at the types of things we've been trying to strive for with Xterra, Ironman, the disc golf, you're utilizing existing resources, you're not stressing them, you're having a positive impact on the community. That said, that's item number one. Item number two was kind of something that came out of my ride-along in the Citizens Police Academy. And it has to do with the changes to short-term rentals, and I got something else to say about that as well, too. A couple things on that. The first one, during the ride-along, we got called out to a residence that I didn't know was a short-term rental till afterwards, but when we were dispatched to it, the officers who were dispatched never got information from the dispatch center that it was in fact a short-term rental. Now, was there anything going on that they could cite them for? Not from like parking, but from the short-term rental. There were 15 cars parked in the address and the other neighbors that weren't there. So of course, obviously, that resident lived across the street was, concerned with that. So that kind of stressed, okay, that was not a difficult situation to deal with, but the other thing that came to mind during that is when we're understaffed as we are, your patrol officers, particularly on the second shift, they have to make decisions. Now, they generally make really good decisions, but, we had the opportunity, we had someone zipping through the Y at probably 85 miles an hour. Well, another call came in where they had allegedly a veteran who had cut himself on the street, walking down a river. Obviously, you can't chase the speeder. Now, the last one, since 2 minutes, thank you, Rifle, deals with the short-term rental. In the ordinance, fire pits are illegal. I don't care how you cite the people that are using them or having them, if you do not enforce that portion of your short-term rental ordinance. And I don't care whether police do it or fire do it, particularly on second shift and on the weekends, you could potentially be sitting here wondering, why did the village burn? That was put in there for a reason, and it should be enforced. It should be cited. Ignorance of the law, whether it be the owners, the renters, or the management company, that's not a goddamn excuse in my opinion. Sorry for the swearing. But I've heard through friends of mine of at least 3 instances where it happened and it wasn't cited. And that should be an automatic revocation of that short-term license. So I don't care how you do it, but particularly on second shift and the weekends, whoever responds to that is in the ordinance. Whether it's police, fire, whatever, I don't care. But you need to cite it and you need to enforce it. And otherwise, as I said, it's just going to get out of hand and it will be not good for the people who live in the village. And that's it, Rifle. Thanks, my friend.
Thank you.
That's good.
Number 2 is Maria Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. One, two. Okay. Board members, listeners, Lord Jesus, many years ago, Jesus found his apostles asleep 3 times. Jesus was sweating blood, and he said he was in agony. Things haven't changed. His children are still asleep. Jesus is still sweating blood. He is still more in agony than ever. He is looking for a gate to his portal, the portal he opened at the cross. He wants to come into our temple and answer our prayers, but he can't. They're stinky and full of sin. He wants us to carry his cross now. So much agony, pornography, abortion, drugs, liquor, prostitution, idolatry, homosexuality, gossip, unfairness, unforgiveness, violence. And we can go on. Let's all dress in white June 28th and show up for him. He said he's looking for that white robe stained with the red blood of his son, Jesus Christ. Let's open up that gate to his portal so he can come in and dine with us. June 28th, Saturday, Ruidoso. Start Wingfield Park, march to Gateway Church as one body, one church. We need to unite as a church. What's happening in California will come to New Mexico. Number one, it's communism. It's like Antifa. This mess in California is heavily funded by the group No Kings, George Soros 2.0. This group gets mentally unstable people, pays them $6,500 or more to do the deed. Number two, AFT, American Federation of Teachers, Teachers Union. Wow. There will be a board meeting in Albuquerque, not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. Parents, you need to show up. They're destroying our children, our youth, our future. New Mexico has been prayed over. New Mexico has been oiled over, believe me. Now we need to unite as a church, as one body. Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble, will pray, will seek my face, turn from their wicked, wicked, wicked ways, then I will hear them. Wow. And forgive their sin and heal their land. Board and listener, the land can be anything. It can be our hearts, it can be our family, it can be our home, it can be our job, it can be Ruidoso dirt. There's a billboard that Father put up just past Walmart on the right side. Go look at it. Go look at it and feel what I feel when I look at it. All this that's going on in California, I don't even have to read. All this that's happening in California will come here. This group that I just mentioned, these two groups, are out to ruin America, not just California. Not just California. So, you know, they can attack us so easily. They know we're vulnerable to fires. Please, can you imagine if every church in Ruidoso met June 28th at Wingfield Park? Can you imagine if the board showed up at Wingfield Park? This is our little community. We have to protect it more than Albuquerque because we're so awesome. Father God Almighty picked Lincoln County, picked us, Ruidoso. Could have picked Albuquerque again. These marches have been going on forever, but they've been to the non-believer, to the straddler, to the not sure. This one is for the believer, the follower of the Lord Jesus Christ. He wants to come in and answer our prayer. We want rain. We want the cure for cancer. We want Central and Albuquerque, that's such a mess right now, to be cleaned up. We can't just talk. We've got to do something. And I would say this is a good start. I'm going to hand each one of you a flyer. If you don't need it, if you don't want it, just go like that and I won't give it to you. But I will give you each a flyer. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And you could give the flyers to our clerk and she'll be sure she gets it to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now move on to mayor reports and commissions. And we've got new employees and some promotions. Brianna Lucero. There she is.
All right,
Welcome.
Brianna.
She's in Finance Department. I can see the cheerleading squad next to her. You're happy to have her. Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Are you local? You are. And so is this part of the intern program? Okay, excellent. Well, hopefully you picked a good department. They know a lot of, I mean, we have one of the best in the state for sure. And you can tell by our audits. This is her second year? Okay, so you've heard this speech before. Well, thank you. Do you have anything to add? Okay, well, we're glad to have you, Brianne. Thank you. Isabel Richardson, Fire Department. How are you? Good. Well, you're in a rough crowd over there. I see the chief. He does keep you busy. So what are you doing with the fire department?
I'm part of the wildland division.
Okay.
So we focus on flood watch, fire watch, go out on calls.
Okay, well, you have a lot of experience then because it comes quick in this job.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it does. So we appreciate you. Hopefully you love what you're doing and you stick around. Thank you very much. Kimberly Pena, Finance. Kimberly. We're glad to have you, Kimberly. Are you from here? Did you come in? Are you part of the intern program? Yeah, you are. There we go. And so is this something that you look at maybe becoming a career? Or are you just working it out?
As of right now, I just enrolled into EMU and I got a scholarship from them for an associate's degree for
Excellent.
accounting.
Counts. Very good. Thank you. Well, that's awesome. And see, ENMU is a great partner to the village. So many shortages that we've had, and we've had some big ones. Judy's threatening she's going to retire soon. You're not threatening anymore? Nah. And so it's so important that we be able to keep, good, transparent accounting and all the good practices that go with that. So we wish you a ton of luck. Hope you love it at the village and that you make this a home. So thank you for coming and having you.
Welcome.
Brel Antonio, did I get that right? Braille. And HR, so welcome to Mommy Town. As we say Cheryl, everybody has to go see Cheryl. And so we're glad to have you here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am a first-year student at Colorado State University studying human development and family studies, concentration in leadership and advocacy, and then also have a minor in Indigenous studies.
Oh, good. So you're a RAM?
Yes, I am.
You are a RAM, okay. Well, we're glad to have you anyway, because today's Texas Tech Day. I don't know if you hadn't heard that. Well, we're glad to have you. Hopefully you enjoy your time here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peyton Starkovich, Tourism. And if you know the name Starkovich, that's his mom, Judy, the finance director. So he's here doing her tourism internship. Is Eddie around?
No, Eddie will be gone until Friday.
Okay.
He's in Montreal this week.
Oh, yeah. Well, Eddie is our tourism director, does a wonderful job, responsible for so many of the great things that we have coming to the community. So you're going to learn a lot from him, and we appreciate your dedication. You already are? Well, let's not blow his head up too big. We got him on salary. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in. All right, that does it for that. But, in a day when it's hard to find people that want to work, we're blessed that we do get people to work. Now, if we can just get some people for the utility department, Adam. I know, man. Sorry, we're working. Is Ken Hughes here?
He's on Zoom.
Zoom?
He's online, Mayor.
I want to welcome Mr. Ken Hughes. He's going to give us a presentation on Coalition of Sustainable Communities. Welcome, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Glad to be with you virtually anyhow. Hope I was there in person, but wasn't to be. I'm also joined today by our Executive Director, Christian Casillas. He's the guy with the math major, so if any questions come up on numbers, I'll turn it to Christian.
Well, good.
We have a presentation. Should I share the screen, or how would you like to handle it?
Yes, that'll work. You can share the screen with us.
Okay. Okay, hope it works.
And if you could, just give us a little background. Is that
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
what
getting ready to
the
do?
presentation will be about, but
Okay.
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, I was going to give a little background on Ken. I've known him a long time with Department of Finance, and then he went over to MNERD with the Energy, Mines, and Minerals, and so got to work with Ken quite a bit.
By
That's right.
working with, you
That
mean,
was-
Okay.
we have the presentation, Ken, we can share it here,
That'd be great if you could. For some reason, I'm being blocked from doing that, so.
okay?
You may have to give them access, Yvonne. Did you have to give them access to do this?
Ken, would you like me to share it? It looks like I should be able to. Oh, no. Looks like,
Sure.
Go ahead, Christian, see if you can do it.
I know.
Here we are.
Okay,
Thanks, Kristen.
yeah.
So I'm going to start off with just kind of a mission statement of what we do at the Coalition Sustainable Communities to lead on climate action and sustainability. And we speak to ensure resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities. This is our network of our current members, the 7 local governments. We started off with Albuquerque, Las Cruces, Santa Fe City, and Santa Fe County. And since then, have Los Angeles County, Bernalillo County, and Taos County joined. So collectively, we're able to provide a much more amplified voice on climate and sustainability policies and initiatives. Next slide. So here's our mission statement: to develop and implement equitable climate and sustainability solutions and policies in collaboration with our member governments and communities across New Mexico. And we're committed to leading on equity-focused climate actions for local governments, advocating through legislation, regulations, and administrative actions, and I'll go into those a little bit more. Collaborating and identifying sustainability issues best resolved through coordinated governmental actions, and coming up with solutions collaboratively and practically. This is a complicated one, so a little work. I'm going to start at the work areas on the left, which are direct member services that are paid for by member dues. That includes legislative initiatives and other kinds of advocacy, Public Regulation Commission initiatives, and putting together roundtables, reports, and events connected with the United Nations annual climate conferences. On the right are programs and projects that are funded by contracts and grants. And we've really been instrumental in, we'll talk about later, the New Mexico Climate Investment Center, which is geared up now. The low-income community solar aspect of the community solar program, which encompasses P&M territories. The Jeff Bezos Earth Fund, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, and education and outreach projects. So we try to do the work through grants and contracts that focus on low-income and disadvantaged communities, and member services on the left that support their education. Next slide, Christian. And the next one, on member services, we advocate collectively to shape climate action through legislation, regulation, and administrative actions. And legislatively, we work to engage in a rigorous process to get a consensus on bills that our 7-member local governments are interested in prioritizing that are related to sustainability, energy, and climate action. So the process is that we start to put together information that we know about upcoming bills. You never know about all of them, but ones that are filed ahead of time or we know are going to be filed at the legislative session, and send out the information to our members of what is, 2 or 3 sentence description of each of these bills. And then each city council or county commission adopts a legislative priorities resolution, which is very much appreciated. And the ones that have, most of them agree to those bills, we will advocate for those during the legislative session. The notable successes include we drafted and got passed the Community Solar Act. What was that? 2021, I believe, the session. And that finally is coming into fruition. We'll talk about that shortly. It's a major effort that we really was happy to see happen, and we've stuck with it ever since. Got funding twice for the New Mexico Climate Investment Center, and that's what that stands for, NMCIC. And they'll talk about that also. And we supported the passage, along with you, Mayor, of the Local Solar Access Fund. I think that, frankly, you were the best advocate for that bill throughout each committee hearing. It was really great to hear how you wanted to put solar in Ruidoso at public buildings because save you money. And let's hope that comes to fruition. Next, please. And Kristen, are you going to do this one?
Yes. Am I muted?
No, you're live.
Okay. Yeah. So the coalition remains active in the Public Regulation Commission. Right now, I'm facilitating a working group with the PRC that's focused on low-income issues around the community solar program. We continue to be active in the evolution of that program, and we can also make public comment or potentially intervene in other issues that are coming up and are of member interest at the Public Regulation Commission.
Great, thank you, Christian. In the terms of developing knowledge and networking, we try to share knowledge among our members on key issues of the day. I've been working the last 4 years or so in putting together roundtables and webinars that are of interest to our members. On water, for instance, we had one in 2022, a roundtable with Representative Stansberry, State Representative Andrea Romero, and State Engineer Mike Hammond on water issues in New Mexico. And then last year, last December, we had one with the new State Engineer Elizabeth Anderson, Christine Chavez from the Water Conservation Division of City Santa Fe, and Dr. Sidney Lyman from the Environment Department, who talked about leak detection technology. I thought that was very interesting. On the subject of waste, we did one in 2023 about the state of Maine put in a new law, putting the responsibility for addressing plastic waste on the producers instead of the Solid Waste Authority having to pay for all that. So that was a really interesting one. And then in 2022, before that, we had one with people from New York State, Taos, and Albuquerque talking about how to turn food waste into healthy soil. So they're both, these are the kind of events that we try to inspire and educate our members, and hopefully, again, back to collaborating together on solving issues that we can learn from each other. So here's the different areas that we've touched upon: electricity, building energy efficiency, clean energy finance. We had one recently on how to use commercial property assessed clean energy for private owners of commercial buildings that would like to be more efficient in going solar and geothermal, for instance. In transportation, we have quite a few on that. So we used 7 webinars and roundtables on average per year. And we've supplemented these with what we call affinity groups, where we have we the staff facilitate an open forum where members can share successes, discuss challenges, and generate ideas for the way the coalition could support them. And this has gone really well. So it's like an open forum, but somewhat focused on issues that come up. We talked about the anti-donation clause. I'm sure you've had that come up many times in Ruidoso as well. And how do you address that and not get around it, but deal with it and move on to trying to come up with a solution. So that's one of our newest initiatives, and it's going really well. We participate either directly or through students that we sponsor in the United Nations conference on parties, or COP is what they call it for short, the United Nations Climate Change Conferences. Here's symbols of 4 of them that have been attended recently or will be this November in Brazil. Before that, we've had people in Scotland, Paris, and I was at the one in Copenhagen in 2009. Very interesting. It's like a bazaar of players, and hopefully many of them are in good faith. Next.
All right, I'll talk a little bit about some of the projects that we work on. So this would kind of be the right side under contracts and grants that Ken showed earlier. They kind of have these three components. So according to our mission, we are working to support our member governments on aspects of climate change, sustainability with a focus on equity. And to accomplish that mission, we develop projects, we help our member governments find financing, and we work on education and outreach to community to understand the benefits of these programs. So program development really comes from our members, understanding what they are prioritizing, and then figuring out how to use our collective power of our local governments to implement it. So some examples are the New Mexico's Community Solar Program. So that is just rolling out right now. As Ken mentioned, the bill was passed in 2021. Our organization worked very closely with a number of other organizations in the bill sponsor and the drafting and passage of the legislation, and then in the rulemaking, and then now the program evaluation and implementation. And so hopefully there in Ruidoso right now, there should be organizations that are looking to subscribe households. So 50% of all of the projects, there's 200 megawatts that will come online. The first ones will come online this summer. And 50% of all those projects, energy is reserved for low-income households or low-income serving organizations. And it should provide reduction on their energy bills of around 15 to 20%. And this was prioritized by our member governments. Other projects and programs we're working on, Ken mentioned the Bezos Earth Fund Greening America's Cities program. We're working with a number of community-based organizations in the city of Albuquerque on urban greening, and that comprises urban agriculture and community farms. And then we're going to disseminate kind of the best practices learned from those processes to other local governments that are interested. From our organization, we formed and created the first green bank in New Mexico, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, the New Mexico Climate Investment Center. And then right now we're also driving advocacy for growth of low-income energy efficiency programs. We're actually filming in Albuquerque all day today and yesterday to develop some campaigns, education campaigns for households and policymakers. So the Green Bank was formed with its mission is to finance programs that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and provide benefits for disadvantaged households and communities. It will do that, or is beginning to do that, through loans for things like rooftop solar loans and leases, building electrification, financing for community solar projects, and then supporting energy efficiency in multifamily affordable homes and commercial buildings. And through this, we work with our local governments. Three of our local governments just applied for federal funding, a $250,000 grant to develop a pipeline of projects for financing from the Climate Investment Center. And the Climate Investment Center, it's not a bank where people can set up an account and place deposits. It's a fund that provides low-cost financing to mission-driven financing. And so in the coming years, and they're working right now with a state appropriation of close to 10 million. Another state appropriation there will be an opportunity to utilize another 10 million. And then there's also federal funding of $10 million. And all of this is going to go into this mission-driven finance for communities around the state. And then the final thing we do is around the community education and outreach. We had a small contract with the Public Regulation Commission to provide education to low-income serving organizations around the community solar program. As I mentioned, we're developing some media assets around energy efficiency right now, and we'll be working with the State Energy Office on education and outreach for an upcoming program that's called the Solar for All program. And these are just some of the collaborations and working groups that we are collaborators and partners in achieving our mission throughout the state. Back over to
Thank you, Christian. So we're hoping to have membership expansion for every one of these arrows in the state, and glad to have more membership, particularly in the southeast, southwest, and northeast as well. So as we grow, we can do more work. It's one way I look at it is that, you know, as a chairman of some committee that's from Bernalillo County, not your county. So are they going to listen to you? But if I go in and testify and I mention all the members, then the word gets amplified, shall we say. So that's the main reason we want to expand our membership. So we hope to advance on what we've already been doing. Christian mentioned most of these initiatives already. And, you know, the first one is the real key: leverage our expertise in these efforts and keep it growing.
Ken, before we run out of time, can we ask you some questions?
You sure can.
Okay. So I know a lot of the financing is the 10 million and the 10 million you were talking about legislative appropriation. That's already gone through the state.
It's currently this year's budget is currently at the Energy and Minerals Department, but it soon will be transferred over to the Climate Investment Center.
Okay. And to let people know why we were advocates, because in some of this stuff too, you know, I still don't understand how we're going to be all electric cars in the New Mexico new by 2035 or 2030 or whatever these numbers are. We live out here in rural areas, but we've looked at how do we reduce our costs on our wastewater treatment plant, because we run $500,000 or $600,000 a year in utility bills. And what can we do? There became money available in the form of a 0.01% interest loan that we took advantage of, that the offset in the production of the energy and solar panels would offset the loan and whatnot. Now then, we've been an advocate for smaller communities because we have so many smaller communities in New Mexico that are failing for many reasons. And most of them are not, you know, you can argue if they're government driven, but I would argue that a lot of them are. And so how do we help out these smaller communities in reducing their overall operation costs? So we've done through grants, we've looked at efficiency on buildings. What would this look like on, say, this building? And I know we've got a representative from P&M sitting here in the office. He's got a crappy looking, is that just your natural face, or are you disagreeing, Kevin? As, how do you sell the electricity back? And one of the things that we're dealing with now is with, as we talk about, we're not ignorant. We understand that the climate is changing. We're happy that we got some rain today. The things are a lot drier than they used to be in the last 15, 20 years. So we understand that, and we need to be better stewards. And through legislation of thinning, and how do we take waste material, green material, turn it into electricity, water, hydro, there's all kinds of things that you can do with that. Are you supportive of those things, where you have like a biofuel plant? Is there going to be funding for those type of initiatives too?
Yeah, I'm guilty of glossing over the energy part. That's really a major area of focus for the coalition, and trying to come up with solutions that make sense for you. Often overlooked is geothermal, for instance. The city halls in Espanola up here in north and Las Cruces in the south are heated and cooled off of geothermal wells drilled 200 feet below in their parking lots, for instance.
Oh,
and
wow.
That's that 2-year payback on
Yeah.
those kinds of things.
See,
so it's just a matter of getting the upfront money.
Yeah, it's getting the money, but it's also
And
making sure
we're glad to
that
help-
we know it's
help on that
available.
kind of thing.
And so many times running the city, we're worried about potholes and all those other things, but it's nice that you bring these things up so that we know that there are things that are available. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay. And I know you're looking for members, so we can talk about that at another time.
Sure.
But we do appreciate the work that you did for the smaller communities and indeed the Village of Ruidoso getting some legislative money. That's the way the system's set up. That's how we got, one of our guests today is going to be Johnny Montoya, that we were able to get some money for our fiber optic program. So it's the way the system is set up, and it's nice to know that smaller communities are now having access to those funds and to those opportunities. So we appreciate you, Ken and Chris, for coming in and talking to us about it. Do you have something else you'd like to share?
No, I think we covered most of it, and I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad to talk to you in the future.
You bet. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
And I would just say related to, it sounds like the biomass fueled, you're looking at biomass fueled electricity generation.
Shh, it's a secret.
Is that something you mentioned?
Yes.
That could be something, if you're looking for financing for that, that could be something that would fit squarely within the potential pipeline for the New Mexico Climate Investment Center. So we'd be happy to understand more about that project and connect you to the folks at the Climate Investment Center.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Because we've looked at anything that we can do to help clear our biomass around here instead of hauling it 180 miles and burying it. That doesn't make sense. So, but we appreciate it. We've got a long agenda today. We're going to be talking about water. And,
Okay, thank you very much.
Other things, but we appreciate you folks.
All right.
Thank you very much. And I was remiss, and I apologize to Daisy Langston. Daisy, I'm so sorry. I skipped right over, you're at the top of the page, right under new hire, and I went right over you. I apologize. She's a new recreation leader in Parks and Rec. Do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
I'm a 7th generation Lincoln County. Wow. My family has been here forever, and I'm a single mom raising a 15-year-old daughter. Enjoy working with the Parks and Rec department.
Well, we're glad to have you. I had a couple of 15-year-old daughters. They turned out well, right? Eventually. Well, we appreciate it. We're glad that you're with us. Parks and Rec's a great department, and I think you'll have a lot of fun over there. Those guys are responsible for so many different things. So hopefully you like it there and you stick around for quite a while. Well, thank you very much. And I apologize for jumping over you.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, now we're going to get to our good friend, there he is, Johnny Montoya, and you have to forgive me. I met you, but
James Blackwell.
yes, James.
Before he starts, Mayor, my wife just sent me that picture. There's a truck out there with a little van in the back.
Yep.
Is that a good thing to be right there at my house?
It's a good thing.
Okay.
It's a good
Just
thing.
checking.
It's a
I'm
good
just
thing.
checking.
You know, before I start, Mr. Mayor, he does have a pretty funny looking face, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know how you got the job, to be honest with you. But we're just pulling Kevin's leg. He's our P&M rep. Johnny Montoya is with Kinetic Windstream, James, and these guys, we ended up with some contracting to be able to put fiber in the community. Kinetic Windstream has invested quite a bit of their own money. And so we're getting close to having the whole town energized if we don't keep hitting electrical and water, and it's not all your fault, we understand. It's pretty difficult. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Johnny Montoya with the Vice President of Windstream Kinetic. I brought along James Blackwell. James Blackwell is a construction manager for us. He handles West Texas and New Mexico and has all the answers and is responsible for all the cuts and all the hits we had. So, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, just by way of an agenda, the first thing I want to do is give you an overview on the construction, where we stand on that, and then really give a high-level top line of our marketing efforts on what we plan to do now that we're coming to a conclusion. And then third, leave some time at the end to really get into issues that are important, not just you, but I know to the village manager, I know to your utilities staff, and of course, Ms. Corliss, who send us emails often on some of the issues we've had with regards to utility and facility hits as we're constructing. So with that, I came before the council, I guess a month and a half ago, with good news and said we are excited that mid-August is our completion timeline to have everything completed. That's still our timeline. I will say that internally, we have a more optimistic look at that. We are hoping to have everything completed. This is just internally. We are still hoping to have everything completed in terms of buried and aerial completed and spliced by the end of June, which would give us July, a couple of weeks in July to have a lot of cleanup work done. But we'll keep mid-August as the public date, just to give us some legroom. We do have a barrier that we've run into, which luckily it's not permitting. P&M's been great. And that is that just equipment, we're having some equipment issues, which I'm sure you can relate to in having to bury and rock. But that's something that Mr. Blackwell and his team are working through. In terms of crews, we have 5 buried crews still working in Ruidoso and 3 crews working on aerial. So we have still quite a few folks working in the community. Aerial placement, we are 100% completed on our aerial placement. So of course we have crews here that are still working to get some of the details of that done. Just to put it in perspective, it was over 413,000 feet of aerial fiber placed in the community. So a big number, that's a conservative number. Some of our folks would say that number could be doubled, but at 413,000 feet of aerial fiber placed. Buried, there was 124,000-ish feet of buried fiber as part of this project. And I'm glad to say that we are only about 3,000 feet away from being completed on the buried.
And that's right in front of my house, just to let you know.
That's where that truck is.
Yeah,
right?
that's what, at my house. That's good.
So we're about 3,000 feet left of buried fiber to be placed. And then, of course, once it's placed, it's gonna have to be spliced, and there's still some work to be done from that standpoint. I did mention that there'd be a couple of weeks of cleanup that would allow us to clean up driveways, make sure everything's buried appropriately. Any pole transfers we may have to do, any pedestals or PEDs that need to be repaired would all take place in that 2-week time frame. So good news there. We are also working with, I worked with the village manager, with Carrie Gladden, on how we plan on letting the community know that we are complete and sort of what we can do to celebrate, I guess, this major feat.
it's been a heavy lift for all of us. But it's great that it's coming to conclusion in a positive way. We do have some door-to-door teams out in the community that are going door-to-door, letting people know when projects are complete, that they have been completed, and that the fiber is there for them to take advantage of. Some of the things that we're working on, again, these are just tactics that we're working on and it's still sort of in the development phase. But we are working with Carrie and hopefully getting an article in the newsletter, the monthly newsletter that goes out. We will submit it sometime in July or August to let the community know where we stand there. We're also working with KRUI on the radio program, Mr. Mayor, your program, as well as the community radio show. We are also planning a ribbon cutting type event in early August. We're still working out the dates of that, but we would do a media advisory and a press release letting people know that we are going to have some sort of ceremony for that event. We're also getting our employees engaged. We're going to partner with the Lincoln County Food Bank and help them secure food. We will make a donation of food and work with the food bank with our employees, and we've already reached out to them. We are also working with Jack's Backstage to hopefully host an event that we can to welcome the community to, and we will be making a contribution to the Lincoln County Community Foundation for their efforts as well. We're also working on a sponsorship with the Brudoso that's coming up in August, late August. So we can have some visibility there, and again, let the community know that the project's complete and we're part of the community. You'll also see via social media some beignets, if you will, some stories of folks in the community, some of our employees and what they've gone through and how they've dealt with the community as this progress went along. So we'll be doing some community champion awards or community champion kind of things on social media, and then recognize some of those community champions at one of the events that we plan on doing in Ruidoso. So with that, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, that's the report, and all the tough questions will go to Mr. Blackwell.
Well, we're not going to kick on you too hard because you thought he said beignets, didn't you? You were getting excited, yeah. They're just short stories, not donuts with sugar on it. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Montoya, are you at liberty to quantify how much this investment has totaled?
I would say that we don't know right now. I will say that it is well over budget. But, you know, the reality was we were using external crews for quite some time. And there were a lot of issues we were having with getting them trained, getting them up to speed. Once we brought that project in-house, it really sped things up quite a bit. But in terms of an actual budget, I'm not at liberty, and I don't know that number, or I would share it with you. But it's well over budget, but it's a project that we've been excited about, not just from my standpoint, but the senior leaders of our company.
And I sincerely appreciate everything you and your company's doing. I do have to be honest, I've gotten a couple of complaints, not necessarily about the cuts. I think all of us understand that. I have gotten a couple of calls regarding some of the workers are smoking outside, and that's frowned on.
I can get those things addressed. That's,
okay.
As long as I know about it, I can get it addressed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good to know. Thank you.
And we do appreciate, because there were many meetings in this room when I was sitting way back in the corner many years ago. We were talking about internet and all the obstacles. We couldn't get anybody that was interested. And then there was some grant funding available. And I remember talking to Danny Ferguson, which is the big hook and pull with Windstream Kinetic, and he made a commitment. And then Johnny, of course, he is like New Mexico. And so when you joined the team, and then we were able to collaborate, get started, and pretty much it's gone according to plan. I don't know how because we live on a mountain, and it's hard, doing all the boring and everything in the rock, and you're going to hit things, and we appreciate it. I don't think Adam really appreciates it that much. And I heard Kevin whining a little bit with P&M, but we appreciate it. We're excited. We're going to get close. We look forward to the reinvestment in the community. all the things that you're looking at. Does anybody else have any questions?
Oh, well, yeah, I just got a voicemail from Kinetic. They said that we recently upgraded our internet technology in your area, and you qualify to upgrade to 300 megs of our new fiber line at no additional cost. Is that a promotion you guys are running?
That is a promotion we're running. That's correct.
Save it for the gig. Save it for the gig. 1 gig up, 1 gig down.
Okay, save it for the gig.
That's what I'm holding out for. See? Anybody else? See, it wasn't that tough, James.
Mayor and
You're just
council.
eye candy. Go ahead.
Just like as Johnny mentioned, we get phone calls. I immediately call, text, email Johnny, and he does respond. So we do work even on the weekends.
Yep.
And so it happens 7 days a week. So we communicate regularly, so.
And that's very rare. We appreciate that.
Yes.
So many times we get pushed down the list and we have to go stomp our foot, and we don't like doing that. You guys respond to us, you help us when there's mistakes, we just pick up and move forward. And so we appreciate the relationship with you guys, and it looks like it's going to be a long-term one, so thank you.
Yeah, we're excited about it. We really are.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Are we getting rain, Adam, that we have some things that you need to be looking at? Where are they at, Ron? They said we need to get Adam on.
Yes, if we can get Adam on to give a quick update on the roads, we'll do that real quick.
Is he under your managed report?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're gonna, thank you for letting me skip around, Counselor, but we got Adam. So when we start getting the clouds and the forecasts in certain areas where we're worried about flooding, his folks are going out to all the critical points to have anything with the thumb in a bucket and to report to us. Go ahead, Adam.
Mayor, Council, this is just a little update from Josh on his co-op project for Innsbruck. As you guys know, Metz Drive has been paved. They're working on patching all the inside of Innsbruck, Riley Cove, all that. They're ready to go. They're actually planning on paving today, but the weather kind of got to us. So hopefully by the end of the week, if the weather holds out on us, we'll get to paving Innsbruck, and we should have that done probably in about a week, week and a half. And then we can move over to Black Forest area and start doing that one.
Okay, and we've done the water line, sewer,
Yes, sir.
all of that, so you're paving. Now give us, I know there's a little discrepancy on right-of-way and parking lot that's owned by Innsbruck, so tell us about that.
So when we turned in the grant, we own the right-of-way with it, which is a 24-foot right-of-way through there. That's what we turned in the grant for. Everything, all the parking spaces are owned by the HOA of Innsbruck. The cul-de-sacs also have parking in them, so we're gonna do our best to make them look nice in the cul-de-sacs, but we cannot pave the parking ways. Just like when they did Sutter for the TPF funds, they went straight down, they didn't do the little pull-offs there.
And it's, a lot of it was mentioned before with Mr. Hughes, the anti-donation
Yes, sir. It's all-
clause in the New Mexico Constitution keeps us from paving private citizens or private property.
Yes, sir.
So that's what that's about. So we were making good progress there.
Finally got our hot plant up and running. And
Yeah,
these
I
guys
got the
have
hot
been
plant
turning
running.
and burning. So
What's, Adam, what's the status on Starlight?
on Starlight, so Paradise is complete. Sorry, Paradise is complete. The guys, MP Chavez has put in the anchors for the culverts. He's planning on having concrete delivered tomorrow, so he'll set the culverts in there and have the concrete on there, let it dry for a day, and then he can start coming up with it. So
Is Paradise open now?
it is not open. It's passable, but they have all their equipment and all their material there, and it just becomes a hazard,
When do you think it'll open?
by the 21st, I'm hoping.
And it's pretty deep over there. They've got to fill all that in to get to Starlight. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
And I do have a couple on the agenda too.
Yeah, that's one's, which one is it?
I'll stick around for a little bit if you guys want to.
Well, no, if you got to go, you got to go. That's why I wanted to jump around.
We
and
had
get you
the actual mayor and council, the water update with our water team. We have them here. Adam is the lead on that. We could go ahead and start with that real quick.
done. Okay, that's under the manager's report?
Yes, that's also under
Yeah,
management.
you want to come on up, water guys, water gal,
And our
Jackie?
we have our,
With all the drought that's going on, we have a lot of questions about water. So we have with us Jackie. Tell us what your title is. Don't be shy.
Good morning. Sorry.
Well, whatever. We're already
Looks
starting off
kind of-
wonderful.
It looks kind of dark. Good afternoon.
Today, we're going to have a presentation for you guys, and it's in regards to the levels of the tanks in the wells and our lakes. And for that, I have Randy. He's going to talk about Randy and Roger. Roger will be talking about the wells, because
Roger's our hydrologist with Shoemaker and Associates, Roger Peary, sitting right there. Raise your hand. There. Why don't y'all come on up to the table?
Yeah, we want to introduce everybody, so Adam, if you want to introduce the team here.
So you got Randy, of course, Randy Kane.
He's our water, go ahead and tell them what they do.
He's our water production manager. Terry Yarbrough, he's our water production supervisor, or chief plant operator, I'm sorry. And Roger Perry, he's our hydrologist.
And don't
And then
forget
our lawyer on
don't
the-
forget our attorney there.
Attorney, I
You
can't,
can't-
Maria, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
Maria O'Brien. Yeah, she's a new kid on the team, but
And
very
Jackie,
good.
and Jack also, if you want to,
Jackie, she's our water resource manager.
manager.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, just to kind of go follow up with what Jackie was saying, is they kind of did a comparison of what we had from like 2023 to present through the fires and floods. So just kind of show you what we have on an average from, the past few years.
All right, Roger.
If you got a presentation, let's go get on your mark. And get ready to go. Randy, you gonna be next?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors. It's been a while since I got to see you all, so I appreciate being here today, and I'm glad I was able to bring a little rain, hopefully not too much. It's my job. Presentation's fairly long, but I'm going to try to kind of hustle through parts of it, but it requires a little bit of an introduction to kind of tie in what you're going to see as we go through with this. So I'm focusing on what's going on in the North Fork of Eagle Creek. And the image that you're looking at has all of your wells on there, and some of the wells that we also just monitor every month, or that you have airlines and transducers in that Terry's group takes care of. Those would be all of the ones that sort of have a rectangle around them, and the text is in black. And on the upper left is the North Fork system, and the ones that you see labeled with yellow around them, those are the monitoring wells that the U.S. Geological Survey put in during the EIS process when you were getting ready to get your permit renewed for the North Fork wells. The red diamonds are the gauges on the North Fork. The upper left one is called the North Fork gauge. The bottom left is the South Fork gauge, and as you'll see, it was the South Fork gauge. And then there's the confluence gauge where the North and the South Forks come together. And then the green triangles are your diversions into your pipeline or into Alto Reservoir. And I think that's sort of the layout that we'll be talking about here. One of the things that you need to understand, I guess, is that from A1, which is in the parking lot at the reservoir, just a little bit, right about there, and then westward, all the geology there is called the Sierra Blanca Volcanics. And the wells make water from fractures. Sometimes those fractures are connected, and multiple wells will interfere with each other. And you'll see North Fork 3 and 4, when one pumps, the other one's water level changes. Same with green and brown. And there's some others that do that as well. The other thing of interest is that, and we documented this after the Little Bear fire, is that after a fire, and this was in the Bear Report from the Little Bear Fire, and in lots of U.S. Forest Service reports and publications, what happens is in your severe and moderate severe burn areas, the soils become hydrophobic. So you get a good rain, and what happens is the water can't soak through, and it runs off. And that's why you get so much debris and so forth. So, for instance, before a fire, we have the woody debris on the floor, and grasses and stuff, detains the water, allows the water to soak in, and you get recharge, and it maintains base flow to your stream system. After a fire, for the first 2 to 5 years, it was 2 to 3 years after the Little Bear fire, what happens is that water runs off and you get very little recharge. So even when you get a lot of rain, hardly anything is getting into that aquifer system and it's running off. You'll see that in the graphs that we'll show you today as well. And even in the Eagle Creek itself, you've all seen it, it's full of cobbles and gravels and sand. There's so much ash in the sediments there that the surface water doesn't even infiltrate 15 feet to the shallow wells. That's how plugged off the system gets until it heals itself up and those organics from the ash and stuff dissolve. So that's kind of the introduction to all this stuff we're going through and why you'll see water level, one of the reasons you'll see water levels decreasing over time.
Roger, how long does it take the ash to?
After the Little Bear fire, it was about 2 years before you started getting recharge again.
Okay.
And by year 3, the end of year 3, it was actually with similar levels of precipitation post-fire, about 3 years later, you would get more recharge because there was less woody debris and less vegetation to intercept that water. But about 3 years is what we saw last time, and I would expect that'd be similar this time. So,
Thank you.
if we can go to the next one. Oh, thanks. So what I'm going to do is start with these hydrographs. And hydrographs are just, in this case, what I'm going to be showing is water levels in wells. Randy's going to have hydrographs of the elevation of water in the reservoir. So what we're just looking at is different water level depths in this case. So on the left side of the graph, those numbers represent the water level below ground surface. On the far right side, that's inches of precipitation. Now, this graph looks very complicated and cumbersome, and it's a little bit so, but each graph will follow the same recipe, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Anything in blue represents, the blue circles represent water levels, non-pumping water levels in 2023. The blue triangles are pumping water levels in 2023. The blue squiggly lines at the bottom is precipitation in inches, daily precipitation in 2023. So green is 2024, we'll follow the same recipe. Non-pumping are circles, pumping are diamonds, and then 2025, circles are orange and diamonds are pumping. So if we look at the very top of this graph, you can see those blue circles at the top. The non-pumping water levels are just 10 or so feet below ground surface. And that's about what these water levels were when these wells were drilled in the 1980s. So this aquifer can completely recharge when the system is good and you have precipitation. The unfortunate thing is fractures can give you a lot of water for well production, but they don't store a lot of water, not like sand and gravel does. So you can pump that aquifer off, water levels, the non-pumping water levels can decrease by hundreds of feet in a year. And good precipitation, you fill the bathtub back up. You don't see that happen with the water levels on the Ruidoso side because they're in a different aquifer setting. So you see that until about June, those water levels in 2023 were non-pumping. They're very close to the surface. And then you can see them start going down and to the right as the well is turned on and starts pumping. You see those diamonds and you're starting to make groundwater. And that's what happens when you pump water, the water level drops. And so as you go back to the left side of the graph, water pumping has stopped and you have those green circles. Those are non-pumping levels and they're slowly increasing until about May. They get pretty close to the ground surface, pretty close to what you saw the year before. Then the fire hits and you can see the pumping water levels, the greens, really dropping down through May, June, July, and then they sort of stabilize, the slope of it anyway, stabilizes through the end of the year. Of course, you had a lot of extra demand because leaks in the system, houses are burned down, and things are just flowing all over the place, so you had to run those wells really hard. We go back to the left, and then you see the pumping water levels continue to decrease, and then by about, mid-March of this year, the water pumping stops. And look how slowly that orange comes up. It only comes up to about 275 feet. So the water from the precipitation isn't getting back into the system. So if we compare the precipitation in the blue there, the the winter of 2023 was pretty good. And then you got some nice water in May, and then, of course, the monsoons were really good, so that really helped maintain the aquifer. Winter of 2024 was pretty good, but then you had that big dry spell right before the fires, and then after that, you get kind of a usual monsoon into the winter, but the water is just not coming back into the aquifer, and that you really see that in what happened in the winter. You're just not getting any recovery because, as I mentioned earlier, water's not getting into the system. So we go to the next slide, please. So this is North Fork 3. It's just a little bit south of North Fork 1. 2023 wasn't really pumped at all. You can see those blue circles, but you can see by mid-year, those blue circles start to go down. The non-pumping water level decreases. We'll see on the next slide, but that's because North Fork 4 is pumping. These fractures at this particular well are connected to fractures that extend over to North Fork 4, so pumping from one reflects on pumping on the other. But we see the same pattern that we saw in 2024 with the water level coming back up to near the surface. This well actually flows at the surface when the aquifer's full. You can see that in 2023. 2024, it's trying to do that, and then all the pumping had to start primarily at North Fork 4 to begin with, and then North Fork 3 was running too. You can see the water levels decline rather rapidly, and the same pattern in the orange that we saw on North Fork 4 or 1, the water level just can't recover. You see those circles there, they're down about 400 feet as of early May, and the water level's just not coming back up. Next slide. North Fork 4, so you can see the blue in 2023, it's pumping, and it starts to go down in North Fork 1. That's where our 3 is mimicked that. That's what I was talking about on the previous slide. But basically, we're seeing the exact same thing that we saw on North Fork 1 and North Fork 3.
Just so people know, Ski Run Road, Eagle Creek, that's what he's talking about as you're going up to Ski Apache. Before you get there, the road goes to the right. 127A, that's north. The other road, I don't know what it is south. So that's what he's talking about, those wells up in that area.
Yeah, up in the forest land up there.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess a question for Randy. So when we pump, let's just say North Fork 4, what's the production? How much are we pumping?
North Fork 4 is probably around 200.
200?
It does fluctuate a little bit. We do have them on VFDs also, variable frequency
Right,
drives.
I remember those.
So
on
we
the
can
pump.
adjust it. The goal is to keep it in the pump curve.
Okay,
And then as long as we keep it in the pump curve and keep an eye on it. And the other thing is we have transducers, so we can tell exactly how much water's above the pump.
right,
By doing those two things, it saves the well, so.
right.
But
And
yeah.
so it goes on, what is the maximum that we've pumped in there, say in the last 5 years?
The maximum flow rate?
Yeah,
It's probably what, 400, 450?
Right now, that one has 250 GPM.
Okay, maximum?
Way in right now because they got changed.
Okay.
That's gallons per minute?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
correct.
And when the water levels are shallower, the wells can produce more because the pump's not having to push as hard to get the water to the surface.
So it does fluctuate, so that's
right.
why it's kind of a tricky
Figured
question.
that, I just didn't know if we ever drop back down to 1,000 where we're only pumping like 50. So that's where the recharging is important. And the reason why I bring it up again, Mayor, and you know this, for the last 15 years, I've been trying to change our water conservation ordinance on the phases of going into each phase. Because in that, I believe to go from 2 to 3, we have to pump 1,200 gallons per minute in North Fork. And I didn't know if that was all combined. I'll have to look back on that. But we need to get more realistic of what our measurements are now.
Mayor, Councilor Salas, a couple of years ago, we actually developed a a concept for you all to look at for the water conservation, and it was triggered by flows in the creek, precipitation, and water levels in North Fork. I don't know if that ever made it to you, and it changed, the recommendation was for 3 different phases too. So if you'd like, I can pass that along to everybody that's here, because the other people are gone. I sent it.
Well, we can get around all, this minutia is great for us that are understanding it, but what people want to know, are we running out of water? Number 2 is just what Mayor Pro Tem said, we're already very restrictive on our water. So what do these other levels entail?
The other levels entail the drought prediction, water levels in the well field that trigger when you get to one, if water levels are high and you're pumping, you don't have conservation. If they're a certain depth, then you go into stage 2, and stage 3
Which would be, that's what I'm saying, we're already in conservation. We went through the shower heads, and we don't water our grass anymore, and we give out maybe tickets. We get people that it's against the ordinance, against the law to do that. So, what else do we do at that point?
I don't think you can do a lot else after that.
Because
really.
we've done surveys before to show that the citizens of the village, and indeed our guests, are pretty, responsible with water use, that we're one of the best users as far as being conservative on water use in the state. And so, I understand that. So what we're looking at is we've got a lot of silt that's still on the ground, so it's causing the water not to absorb into the volcanic water column and not recharging very fast.
Correct. And the long and short of this presentation is just that water levels aren't recovering right now, and probably won't, based on the Little Bear fire, you probably won't start recovering for a couple of years. And so you'll have more surface water running off, more sediment in that surface water, which is, hard for the production folks to do. And so it's a weight game, really, because you can't make it go in the water any faster.
And you're talking about well water, but then we also have surface water rights there. So we just finished the desander in Eagle Creek?
The desanders actually is operational, and we didn't really do much to that. But what Terry and the guys did is they put a Kiwanda box in, and it's kind of a small version of the Kiwanda screen that we're putting in Upper Canyon Diversion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's ready to go, so.
Kiwanda's a brand, and what it does is, there's so much silt and mud and gunk in the water that we're trying to filter that out so we can actually take the water.
Yeah, it's pretty much the sedimentation and the debris flows over the Kiwanda screen, and then it actually captures the water, so it's pretty much low maintenance, so.
Mayor, question for Ron. When did we last look at the conservation code?
Mayor, Councilor Corey, that's been, as Roger stated, been a couple of years ago that we actually talked about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know
Councilor Salas has brought that up before also.
And we've all heard too, the advocacy for rainwater harvesting is that part of what you were working on, Roger?
No, I wasn't
You'll
working on.
have Hondo suing us for capturing the water and keeping it from going down the stream.
Yeah.
That's what will happen,
Yeah, we've looked at
guaranteed.
everything that you can do on those things. But the fact is, we have sufficient water rights for everything. It's just water. Do you actually have the water? So that we do need rain, and so that's Eagle Creek, and so let's move on around.
Okay, well, basically I was tasked with Eagle Creek and looking at that.
Okay, just Eagle
It tells
Creek.
the same story over and over, and if you compare the stream flow, it tells the same story too. 23 was good, 24 was average, 25, other than today, there was hardly anything coming down from January till May. So it's the same story over and over, and the problem is, your water right, you have a lot of water rights up there, you get import credits from that you then use to divert to Grindstone and your wells on this, in the Ruidoso area, let's say. So it just leaves you less water for that import credit. And the aquifer on this side Middle Gavilan, Lower Gavilan, Hollywood, Cherokee, all those water levels have gone down maybe a little bit, but they're fine. They're going to take you right through this with no problem at all, with very little change in production. It's just that
And all the people
fraction
went,
side.
See, that's all we're one. I mean, the deal is, we've gone through conservation. We are conservative on our water. We don't water anything that you don't have. If you see people watering, they have their own water rights, which they've been grandfathered in. That's why we fight. When somebody comes into town and wants to drill their water well, we fight those, because we're responsible to the citizens that we have. We have enough water for what we are responsible for, but also for the protection of the aquifer and everything else. We've looked at water storage into ground caverns.
Yep.
We've looked at purchasing other tanks. We've looked at increasing the size of Alto Lake. And all those really were not, the investment was too great and the gain was too little.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The one thing I'd like to point out is what you did invest your money in is getting a lot of wells that have been sitting there for Lord knows how long, 20, 30 years, into production. You cleaned them out, you made them match up with the state's requirements these days, have them equipped, and they're online. So you've increased your production up in the North Fork well field over the last 5 years pretty dramatically.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, because we have concentrated on that a lot.
Well, the other thing is we're also maintaining the wells. We're putting a lot of effort in keeping them in the pump curves, like I mentioned a little while ago, and then keeping a close eye on the water level above the pump. Those are critical. And Roger, we work together about make sure that, make adjustments on the VFD if, to keep it in the pumping curve. So by doing that, it's definitely helped out a lot. We went to a high efficiency motor and we've done some adjustments and changes, and I think that's going to pay off in the long run also.
And then along with the special GRT tax, the 1%, we reinvest that every year into new water lines. Instead of just patching, we replace new water lines, getting rid of all the concrete, the asbestos concrete, galvanized, all that stuff, and we're going back to new. We've rehabbed the water production plants.
Yes.
State of the art. And in fact, you just went through a sanitary survey where their state did and brought in a bunch of water operators, and you guys were held up as outstanding in what you did.
Went real well.
Yep.
And, Mr. Mayor, if I can, just for the layman out there again, that they drive by, they come into our community and they see the condition or the water level at Grindstone and Alto. That's not the end of the world. That's not, we're going under kind of thing. That's just merely for all the scenarios that have gone on, the things that have taken place since the fire. But again, if we say at the end of the day, we have water, we're making water, you can turn your water on and drink it.
And I'll go over a couple items on the slide on the Alto Reservoir what we're doing to kind of help out a little bit too. So.
Let's jump to that then.
Can you find that one?
Yes. Okay, let's see.
And we're repairing and replacing water tanks. We've got one that should be getting finished pretty quick.
It's page 7.
Page 7.
Okay. It's going to be at the very end.
Oh.
No, it's
No,
it'll be
it's on my part at the very end. Yeah. Sorry about that.
And what he did is he broke out all of our wells and showed the production, which is great for us, but snooze alert to everybody else that those of us that understand it, we're glad to see these things. And it's super important to us that you keep us up on that, and you always do. So we appreciate that.
Yes, sir, that's kind of what my wife tells me too. It's kind of boring.
But you're good at it.
Do you want to go right to 7? Is that it? Or
But, yeah,
I can go
about-
through this real quick.
Yeah, go through this, because we're spending a lot of money on these tanks too.
Okay, this is just a picture of the first tank on the right-hand side. That's little D. And I just wanted to put those up there. That's the tank that we recently rehabbed and put online. So it's a 1 million gallon tank, and it's like brand new. It should last us another probably 30, 40 years easy. So it's definitely going to pay off on the investment. The next one underneath, that's Alto 5 mil East tank. That's an actual picture taken a week and a half ago, and that's all changed. So they basically took all the columns out. We're replacing, the roof's already gone. The first floor is already gone. When they went in, they found 2 floors, so that's what we're working on. We're going to replace that also. But that's going to be a great tank, and I think the west tank is a subject, or that's going to be rehabbed in phase 3. So, but next slide. So this is just a little bit of information on the tanks. Basically shows the size of the tank, the capacity, the height of the tank, the overflow. That's kind of critical because when I go on the next slide, you want to know, when the tank's full and then what we're running at. The other one is basically gallons per foot. So like on the mill, or the 5 mil, 1 foot equals 83,333 gallons. And the diameter is 119 feet. The other thing I wanted to say real quick is we do maintain these tanks. We inspect them between 3 and 5 years. And then that's how we came up with this plan. We took the worst tank and started on that one first and then working backwards. Next slide. So this is basically a snapshot. We took the readings from the first day of each month, and we basically did it for June 2024 through June 2025. And you can basically see that the tank levels really don't change a whole bunch. We do cycle them, meaning that we bring the level down and then bring it up. The reason we do that is to freshen the water and to help with our disinfection byproduct reduction. So we try to keep them fresh.
Yeah.
So on some of these, you might think, well, why is it lower one month and the next month it's higher? But that's why. And then you can see in red, I kind of highlighted on little d, that's when we started draining the tank. And then it was offline for the rehab. And then over on the 5 mil tank, that's when we drained it, and it's currently offline now. So, any questions on that slide? That just gives you a little bit of information going in the next slide. Next slide. And this is the second part of the tanks, Camelot 1, 2, and the backwash tanks, Country Club. Made a mistake on the last one. It should be Pine Cliff. So I corrected it on mine. And that's basically the tank levels for the whole year. And you can see the backwash tanks, that's when we had the fire. Mm-hmm. And we pretty much only had it down for that whole month. So it was back online pretty quick. So next slide. Grindstone Reservoir, I know Susan had asked about having some information on the lake level. So what I did is I put together the current elevation. It's 68,783 or 78.3. And the current reservoir level is 41.27 feet below spillway. And the reservoir volume, I kind of ran some calculations on that because I have staff gauge readings on every foot starting from 0. And so I got the data. It's pretty much 385.93 feet or acre feet of water in the lake right now. So what that means, I took 385.93 acre feet, multiplied it by the gallons, and it's 125,755,654 roughly gallons per, or amount of gallons in the reservoir. So it's still got a lot because it's about 107 feet all the way down to the bottom. So
Yeah, that acre feet an acre feet is 325,000 plus.
Yep.
Times the 385.93, so he's got 125 million. That is in Grindstone.
Yep. And then you can see kind of on the next slide, it'll show the graph. So let me, the top one is basically, let's see if I can, is the dam crest is the red line. The gold line is the spillway. So if you look at the blue line, that's the lake level, and you can see how it fluctuated when it dipped all the way in January 15. That's when we drained the lake, or almost drained the lake to put the liner on it. So, and then you can see where it bounced back up. So the blue curve, or the blue line at the end, that's where we're at right now on our lake level. I thought this would be a good slide so you can actually see it. The bottom line is, it's kind of like a black line. That's the seepage on, and you can see how much it's dropped down, so.
That's after we did all the repairs?
Correct.
The liner.
So, going forward, Randy, what do you expect the blue line is gonna look like?
Well, it depends on a bunch of factors, and we can go to the next slide, and I think it'll go right into it. So this is kind of like the key to filling both lakes. Precipitation is critical. Rain, baby, rain. That's the bottom line.
Talk into the microphone. It's not a pointer. It's
You know me,
a
I'm-
microphone, yes.
Rain, baby, rain, so. Well, I thought I could do both. And then the next thing is completing the Upper Canyon diversion. So, and we're getting close. I mean, they're making a lot of progress on it. And the other thing that goes in line with that is the Hollywood gauge has to be above 6 CFS. And right now it was like 3.6. Yeah, before the meeting, and then the rain came in.
Explain why that's important.
Well, because what it does is, like you kind of mentioned it earlier, it protects the downstream user. Because if we took it all, then the people down below would never get any water for irrigation, and you'd have a lot of lawsuits probably.
We got those anyway. I just want them to understand.
But yeah, that's.
We limit and we take water when there's water.
Yeah.
And we let it go when we don't.
Correct. And we're pretty on the money with that. We try
Because
to.
we just trust you.
What's
You're
that?
the only one that reads the gauge. I just want to know.
No, there's a lot of people that keep an eye on that gauge. And if it's a weird reading, I'll get a hold of Kyle, and sometimes they'll do a correction on it or adjustment on the reading.
Kyle?
He's with USGS.
Right.
So Kyle Davis.
And if we were trying to hold that water back with all the monitoring stuff that's out there, would still be able to be seen that said, well, you didn't hold any water back, you let it go, or in the vice versa, if we were hiding it, we couldn't.
Right. So.
And I guess y'all understand there's a theme running through here because we're always accused of these things. That's when we have a lawyer.
Right.
That we only take what is our allotted amount, and sometimes we don't even take that. If we have sufficient other places, we let it go downstream.
Yeah, we haven't been able to take it for quite a while.
Yeah.
For one thing, is the fires, or the floods actually took out both diversions.
Yeah.
So now we're in the rebuilding stage.
We're close.
Yeah, but this one, in Upper Canyon, they're actually making a lot of progress, and Terry and I are out there almost every day checking on them, and
that upper diversion in the Rio Doso is what fills out Grindstone Lake.
correct
But
that.
we weren't able to take anything like today.
Actually, after this meeting, I've been in contact with Andreas. He's the superintendent, so I'm working with him, and he's going to see what he can do, and then right after the meeting, we're going to see if we can divert water. So.
They're actually putting the gates on today. They're
Yeah.
working on the gates, so Randy's been working with them, trying to see if we can.
Yeah, and we come up with another plan that we can actually utilize their pump and then put it in, and so we should be able to do that. And like Terry was saying, it was above 8 on the cubic feet per second, so. And that's the other thing, we've been able to take a little bit here and there when they were pumping water and they would put it in the pipe for us. So we've been trying when we can, we try to, divert, so.
I just noticed that the river was running pretty good.
Yeah, and then Adam called me on it and, we're gonna put a plan together to get some water in there. We're always watching it, so.
Sure.
The other thing real quick is, we shut down, the other thing I want to mention is on Grindstone, that's the only feed to Plant 4. So we pull water out of out of the Grindstone Lake, and, that helps bring it down, so.
And that seepage out of that, you pump back.
Yeah.
We have a pump back station there. Any seepage
we
coming
do.
out of the dam, we pump back into the lake.
But what we've been doing is we've got the Grindstone Interconnect, and we had it about 166. We're bringing it up to 200. So what that's doing is that's pulling water from the Alto tanks and filling up the 3 mil tank. And that helps where you don't pull, more water from the lake. We're running maybe 2 filters in the daytime sometime, but it depends on the demand. Maybe it's only 1 filter. And then sometimes we'll shut it down at night or run 1 filter at night. So that we are trying to help reduce how much we're pulling out of the lake. So that does help, The other thing, like I mentioned, is it has to be over 6 CFS. So we're real strong about that. Alto Reservoir, so what we're looking at is, precipitation is critical. And like Roger said, we're not in any dire straits. We've been managing to fill up the tanks and keep them full. The tables showed that. The only thing is we're trying to get the lake filled up. The duck pond is a pre-sedimentation basin. So when the water comes in from Eagle Creek, it settles out in the duck pond, so it doesn't have the solids go over when we divert it.
Right.
So once that comes up and we get enough precipitation, once it comes up, we've got the gate or the valve already open. It'll start diverting. We've got everything ready to go, so.
And that was filled up completely during the floods. I forget which
Yes.
one. And how deep did we dig that back out? We dug it, and we've got it all
30-something feet.
GIS now, so we know the depth.
Yeah.
But we dug that out, and that was pretty rough because it was mucky, but we got that done.
And so the other thing is we were pulling water from the Alto Lake that goes directly up to Plant 3. And we stopped doing that because of the lake level drop so much. The other thing is Tom Dorgan's not pulling any water either. And, that wasn't a whole bunch.
That's the Winter Park area that makes snow. We have an agreement.
Correct.
It's village property. We share in the revenues stream that they use non-treated water to make snow.
But he pays for it.
Yes.
Yes, he pays for it.
Yes.
So just by doing a few of those things, it sounds like a little bit, but at least we're trying to do whatever we can to.
Well, to you, it sounds like a little bit. To the rest of them, we're still confused, but I want to let you know, you guys are top notch. Everything you do. I mean, I can tell you when I got on, Rifle was on. Not sure who else. Joe and I got on the same time. It's been years ago. We were in trouble with the state, the New Mexico Environmental Department. They were on us all the time because we weren't very good stewards of what was happening. We haven't been paying attention. We weren't taking care of our infrastructure. And so we learned, didn't we, Joe?
Yes.
Went to a lot of meetings, hired the right people, and we've been very successful ever since because we used to be the trouble child in the state, and now we're the poster child. And they want these guys to go to other communities to help them get their water and we're just talking about water production, water distribution. We ain't even got to the wastewater treatment plant where we're always in the top 1 or 2% in the nation on operations of a plant. So you have great employees here.
And then, I give a lot of credit to all the guys because they've been they work on projects constantly. I mean, we're taking filters down, we're rehabbing things. Terry's real good with coming up with brand-new ideas about making things better. So, I mean, a lot of things, you know, these guys are doing, and
Right.
like I said, I'm only the driver, and they're the foundation, and without a good foundation, you know, the roof caves in.
No, we got it.
Huh?
You better be a good driver too.
Yeah, well, you know, what Joe Savage said is, he goes, yeah, but Randy, you gotta have a good driver, otherwise you might go off the cliff. So,
But do you think we've covered enough on what you guys were looking at? And I know the public, and I appreciate it,
Yes.
everything that you do, because it gives us the ability. Your property's not worth anything, your investment's not worth anything if we don't have water.
well, if you would have, I know Joe attended the couple days of the training. If you would have heard the comments on the last day, it was impressive. Everybody got a chance to talk, and it was real impressive with their comments. It was
We went to
great.
the Water Law Conference. I did, Ron, Adam was
Eby.
there in Santa Fe. A bunch of lawyers were there talking about all the other things that are going on around, and we're really proud that doing that. And one of them is another agenda item, which is the PFAS.
Right.
That we're working on. Is there anything else you need to go?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we're going to have our attorney, Maria O'Brien, give an update also for council.
Yes.
Are you ready, Maria?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roger and everybody.
Terry, appreciate it.
And just to let you know, we try to be very diligent, and are. We have, third-party people that check all of our gauges, that make sure we're only using our water rights. We have hydrologists that keep us updated. You see all the transparency that we have. And we need to see if we can get this presentation. It's very good and detailed on our website, so people can download it, look at it,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
so it's easier to see. But then we still get sued all the time for whatever kind of reason. And so Maria O'Brien is our attorney that makes sure that all of our water rights are protected. So thank you. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors, for having me today. And I don't have a presentation.
You're-
I'm just going to give a quick update on your recent Cree Meadows acquisition of water rights, and really here to just answer any questions. As you know, I'm the new kid on the block and still learning a lot. I would echo that of what the mayor articulated. I've been working on water rights issues in New Mexico and in the Southwest for almost 30 years, and I've been really impressed as I learn more and more about the village's water rights and water infrastructure. You guys are way ahead of the game, and you have a very complex system and very complex portfolio of water rights, very complex water accounting. I told Jackie she had to stay up here with me. The pages and pages of spreadsheets that she keeps track of that I'm slowly learning how to decipher. But anyway, here really to answer your questions, just to tell you really what you already know in terms of the most recent update, we were able to, after a long time, to finalize the acquisition of 36 acre feet of what we call the Cree Meadows rights, part of the Cree Meadows Golf Course rights, to add as permanent rights to your water rights portfolio. And those water rights were moved and now are available to divert to pump, if you remember Roger's map, from what we call the Middle Gowan Canyon Well H272S3. And that water right is the 36 acre feet, but that's subject to the ability to increase that up to potentially 72 acre feet, depending on demonstrating what we call return flow. Because a water right has two aspects, what we call the consumptive use portion, which is the actual water right that's available for transfer or water right holder to sell. That was the 36 acre feet. And then there's what we call the diversionary right, the ability to divert from the surface or the ground additional water to enable you to actually fully consume that 36 acre feet. And when you transfer it for municipal purposes, you transfer and purchase that consumptive use at 36 acre feet. And then what we're in the process of is demonstrating, Roger And Jackie and I will work on what's called a return flow plan to submit to the state engineer that will demonstrate that we actually can divert more because we return, we can divert up, potentially up to 72 acre feet because we return more to the system than we consume. So it's, the whole notion is keeping the system whole, right? That consumptive use is what you're actually consuming from the system through evaporation or actual use in your businesses and your.
Is anybody getting this, or y'all snoozing? Okay,
I'm trying to give the short version.
It gets complicated,
Yeah,
but this goes
does.
to all the water that we pull from Eagle Creek, everywhere around. And then just like what we've done off Cree Meadows, which we bought part of their water rights. We didn't buy all of them.
That's right.
So that's a rumor out there that we didn't buy them all. Once they're used and we shower, we drink it, we do whatever with it, it goes to the wastewater treatment plant. And then on an average, we're putting 1.5 million gallons back into the river. And then we get some of the return flow credits because of the consumptive as point of purchase.
It's that difference between what's actually what we call lost to the system, that's not returning, and the amount we return, right? So that's what we have to demonstrate as a technical and a legal matter, what we're actually returning before we can increase what we're actually pulling out. I just know that, I kind of focus a bit on that. I know that's always a question when this village is looking to acquire rights. What are we buying? What are we paying for? What are we getting permitted for? What are we allowed to? So just always think about it having, when you're buying it, you're buying the consumptive use portion, but that consumptive use portion has the right and ability to demonstrate the right to divert more over time.
For example, we bought 70 acre feet and consumptive is 36, roughly.
Consumptive rate, 36 is right. The consumptive is 36, and that's what we call it's actually the adjudicated amount. That's solid. That's what we actually bought and pay for and can divert from that, the well, today as we speak, once the permit was approved. And then we're going to apply for the right to divert, pump out of the ground more than that, subject to the return flow. Consumptive use will always be 36 acre feet, but we're looking to it's really an operational thing. You want to be able to divert more than that consumptive use, because we are, as the mayor explained, returning more to the system.
And we
through
paid
the
roughly
return flow.
600 and, Judy.
600 some odd thousand, I have the exact number.
600 some thousand for those water rights that we take off of our special GRT tax, and then we put money aside for that all the time.
And, I would echo, I think it was part of the prior presentation. Currently, what we call your water rights portfolio, your water rights as opposed to, as the mayor was speaking earlier, the wet, the physical water, that we need to balance both, right? Like currently, your water rights portfolio is sufficient to meet demand. The challenge is in accounting for that and having sufficient operational flexibility through appropriate return flow. And then obviously balancing that, making sure that the physical water is there to meet the demand, and it's where you need it, right? Either through the surface or the groundwater. So it's a very complex system, but as I said, I've been really impressed with what you're both, you as a council and your staff have done over the years and continue to do to manage a very complex system.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Yes,
She has a
very
great
much.
reputation.
Thank you so much.
Anything else that we need? Anybody else have any
To
questions?
go back, I know the broken record, we didn't buy any property.
No.
No.
Okay,
Water rights are what we call they're a property right in and of themselves, but they're severable from the land.
Correct. That's just to undo all the phone calls we've been getting and the
No property.
rumored DOSA.
That's correct.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
completely
We didn't buy the Cree Meadows.
We did not.
We're not putting
You did
in
not.
workforce housing.
Yes.
So, okay, anything else, Ron?
Mayor, council, I think she covered it, and I appreciate it.
Yes,
for
thank
being
you
here.
so much.
And you guys, hopefully people understood, and the people online, I know it's hard, but hopefully we'll have this presentation on our website available for people to look at, because once you can actually read it and see it, it makes a lot of sense. It's got a lot of great pictures, of actual assets. And that's something else that we've done in the last few years is asset management. We've known where everything's at, every valve, every whatever, the age, and how to maintain them. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks,
Thank you.
Adam.
Adam, you
Thanks,
got anything
Maria.
else?
I got some regular items.
Okay, which ones? Because if you're supposed to be out there saving us, I want to get you out of here.
Let's see, number 3, number 7. And,
Under regular items?
yes, sir.
Okay, we'll move to regular item. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on agreement with John Shoemaker and Associates, Inc. for the hydrogeological water supply and water rights consultant services awarded through RFP number 2025-010P.
Mayor, I move to approve the agreement with John Shoemaker and Associates, Inc. for hydrological water supply and water rights consulting services through RFP number 2025-010P.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? None? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Corey.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is number 5?
Number 6 and number
Oh,
7.
number 6. Discussion, number 6, discussion of possible action on award of contract with Rymark Construction, Inc. for the replacement of 2 24-inch culverts and 1 36-inch culvert on Cree Meadows Drive through New Mexico GSD statewide price agreement, general construction services, contract number 305-23-370 in the amount of $96,683.71, including New Mexico GRT.
Mayor, Council, a couple years ago, when we were doing our inspections, the culverts right here on Cree Meadows at the walking trail, we noticed that they're pretty rotted out. So we've been talking about it. We actually got the 404 permits from the Army Corps of Engineers. And before that expires, we'd like to get this done. So talking with Judy, we got the money and found a statewide price agreement with Rymark Construction to get this done.
Beautiful.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve award of contract with Rymark Construction, Inc. for the replacement of 2 24-inch culverts and 1 36-inch culvert on Cree Meadows Drive through New Mexico GSO statewide price agreement, general construction services contract number 30-5-23-3-70 in the amount of $96,683.71, including New Mexico GRT.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Corey,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Item number 7, discussion and possible action on task order number 2024-004P-08 with Souder Miller and Associates for engineering and design of approximately 1,645 linear feet of sewer line extension on Rainier Road in the amount of $95,239, no cents, including New Mexico GRT. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, this is one of the sewer line extensions we've been talking about for a while. People are starting to rebuild. This was part of the fire. People are rebuilding up there. And we thought it would probably be a good thing to go ahead and get the sewer line in. That way people are not having to worry about septic tanks and everything else.
Adam, where is this?
This is off of University. If you come off of Meacham Drive onto University, that first road that takes the left and goes up the hill there, right there.
Okay.
Any questions?
Mayor, I move approval of task order 2024-004P08 with Souder Miller and Associates for engineering and design of approximately 1,645 linear feet of sewer line extension on Rainier Road in the amount of $95,239, including New Mexico gross receipts tax.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Corey,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
See
Adam.
you on the field.
Adam.
Indulge me one more time, folks, and we've got our litigation lawyer online. Want to hear from him before we lose him. On the PFAS, does everybody know what PFAS is? The forever chemicals that you had, with all the fires that we've had over the years. there's money that's out there. We're looking to have tested to make sure our water is good, and so far it has been. Gino?
Here I come, still trying to figure out Zoom after all these years.
Well, we've only been through 2 years of COVID, and there you are, there's Gino.
Hello, Mayor Crawford. How are you doing? Hi, councilors. Nice to see you again. I know that the village council is familiar with me, but I really want to introduce to you the leader of this PFAS effort, who has been working for municipalities nationwide. That's Michael Stagg, who's on the line with us, who's going to talk to you about the work ahead. We're all grateful. The team is grateful for being selected with the RFP and approved by the council last month. Now it's time to roll our sleeves up and get to work and recover as many funds as we can to help the village with its water system. And with that introduction, Mayor, I will pass it to Michael Stagg.
Thank you, Gino.
Thank
Welcome,
you,
Michael.
Gino. Hello, Mayor Crawford. It's good to see you. Nice to meet you, council members. Thank you for, taking leadership on this issue. It's an important issue addressing PFAS. I'm a litigator. I have been doing environmental litigation most of my career. I'm not a New Mexico lawyer. Don't hold that against me, please. I'm out of New Orleans, but I do cases all over the country, and I'm one of the attorneys who's had the privilege of being appointed to the Plaintiff Executive Committee for the national PFAS case, which is called the AFFF firefighting foam product liability litigation. And there are certain settlements that have been achieved in that case. Approximately $13.5 billion is available to public water systems all over the country. This is an issue that impacts water system costs around the country, and that's what this is a cost recovery action to help you recover money that you've already expended or money that you could expend in the future to help your customers going forward. Going forward, we're also going to meet with your water people. We need to gather some data. That's the first order of business. The money that's at stake could be significant. It could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. It could potentially be millions of dollars. It really depends on the data that we collect and the way your system's designed. And so we're just getting into it. We're going to meet with your water folks, get some data from them about that we'll need to make the settlement claim and get working on it. And I really appreciate you engaging us in this effort. I think it's an important issue for not just Ruidoso, but for the entire region. It's something that impacts water all over the country. And we're very fortunate to have achieved this settlement because I think it's going to be beneficial to public water systems going forward. I haven't met a water system yet that doesn't need more money. And so that's what this is about, is helping you get money that you deserve in exchange for a release of 3M and DuPont in this product liability case.
Mayor and council, I do want to assure you and the community that there are thousands of water systems eligible for this money nationwide. Stagg Liuzza has been working on this nationwide, and we're grateful that they have retained us as part of their local council team to work throughout New Mexico. But you are the tip of the spear. You're the leader in New Mexico moving forward on this. I do want to make sure, though, that and reassure the community, we don't know of a specific, unique PFAS problem in Ruidoso. So, but PFAS, as we were learning, is present in a lot of water systems. And as a result of these settlements, it's getting money to the local communities to upgrade, improve their systems, and also deal with with any amounts that are found through testing.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. That's an important point to make. And under the settlement, you could have great water quality. I've been listening listening to the issues with your water, and it sounds like you have some very good water sources. And it also sounds like you've made many improvements to your water system. So under the way the settlement works, Ruidoso might have perfect water quality, meet all state and federal water quality standards under the Clean Drinking Water Act, but you can still get money under the settlement. The idea is to get this money out to as many water systems as they could and make this settlement as broad as they could. So even if you don't have per se a PFAS issue with your water, you can still recover money under this settlement. And that's what I'm going to help you do, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
And
And we
there are
appreciate it. We're the
some
first ones in New Mexico that I know of. We've been telling a lot of the other communities about this because there's a time limit that you have to get involved with this or you miss the opportunity. So we wanted to make sure that we were there. We've invested millions of dollars in our wells, filtration. We work with the Water Trust Board to get money legislatively, and this year we were successful in getting money added to the wastewater treatment because, again, we're a good neighbor to the folks in the Hondo Valley that we want to make sure that we put out the best quality water possible. So we're looking forward to it, and I know you have to do a lot of sampling, a lot of testing, and all of those things. So, you'll have, I guess, a team up here doing that soon?
Yes, we're initially we start off with a meeting with your water quality folks, and then we analyze what you've already done, and then we will, work with the team to get that done.
Okay.
So that would be the next step, Mayor Crawford, and I really appreciate you hiring us. We're looking forward to working with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gino. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Great to see you again, and we'll see you soon.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll get back on task. We'll move now to forestry. Amanda, sorry, that's what I call my daughter, Amanda is the deputy forester? Is that the correct title?
Correct. Hi.
Hi
Good
there.
afternoon. So I have Josh Dubois with me. He is our fire management specialist for the Lincoln National Forest. And Reifold mentioned y'all wanted a presentation on, we're
Forest
looking at the rain, but forest closures, 4th of July. I know that's a little ways out, but what our plan is for 4th of July, staffing wise, and any restrictions that we have going on currently. First, before we get to that, I do want to extend a thank you from the forest to you, Mr. Crawford, for supporting us in our initial attack on the Flume Fire. Your quick response was great, and we appreciate it. Additionally, we had incoming resources, severity resources, and our duty officer mentioned the local fire department and how well they responded.
I don't see Chief here, but he was all over it.
It was, he's like, I really haven't worked with the local fire department who has just responded so well and been engaged and on top of it. So kudos to them and much appreciation. But I'll let Josh talk about closures and restrictions and all the good stuff.
Yes, good morning, everyone, or afternoon.
Well, yeah, it's okay. It is dark.
So, Rifle had asked just kind of also to give a little history kind of on like what our process is. So when we start looking at closures or any type of restrictions on the forest, whether it be for fire or any other activities that we have or conditions, we have to meet the different criterias. We have to talk to all of our partners just kind of about those and the plans. And then any of our orders have to go through the Office of General Counsel, OGC, just to make sure that we're in compliance with all federal regulations and other laws or acts that have been passed. So it's a bit of a process for us. A manager or a force supervisor just can't sign an order and put it into place.
Or the mayor either.
Or the mayor, no, nobody. So in terms of fire restrictions specifically, we have really three main components that go into that. One is all the science, all the analytics for a lot of different indices that get put into a system called the National Fire Danger Rating System. We're currently on version 4 of that. It's been around for about 70 years or so, and it gets updated as more science readily becomes available. That's kind of what we key into. That's really what drives what we call Smokey's Arm, the low, moderate, high, very high, those adjective ratings. That's what really drives those, is that National Fire Danger Rating System. With that, we also have inputs expressed in percentiles, so to express severity, that start to trigger when we need to look at or consider a stage 1 fire restriction, a stage 2 fire restriction, or a forced closure for those areas. And we kind of look, and as you get more experience with the system, you see the trends. We start seeing that. We're always in constant contact with the Weather Service, and we have a predictive services in Salt Lake City that also helps look at long-term forecasts. So as we see those trends go up, we start having those conversations and start talking with our partners, both federally and locally, just due to, we know how those impacts can affect the local economy, tourism, or even our neighboring forest. So that's really when we start looking at that. Where we are trending and looking at currently is that we do not foresee us elevating to a forced closure and within the next couple weeks, just due to with the predicted rain. We're gonna kind of, right now we're thinking that we're gonna sit right where we're at. We just had a conversation with it yesterday, ran all the analytics and numbers and that again. Also with that, we don't foresee us moving down to a stage 1 or to no restrictions. We wouldn't anticipate that before the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Essentially is what we got to with that. As far as our staffing plans and kind of where we're at right now, just yesterday we did, every month we submit, based on those same analytics, we submit requests for additional resources to have around here. People may have noticed engines from Washington State or Nevada and that around town. We submitted our other request, it was due yesterday. And we do anticipate having additional engines, additional prevention and patrols, just single people that run around with a wet unit in a truck, as well as law enforcement officers through the 4th of July holiday. And that is forest-wide, not just in Ruidoso, but as well as Cloudcroft and Carlsbad and the Queen area for our Guadalupe Ranger District.
Well, that's great, and you were complimenting our fire department. But you guys are already on the campfire, and when we called it in, you had, what are those, Hueys? What are those helicopters?
The Chinook.
Chinooks that can suck a lot of water really quick.
Yes.
And they were on site in no time. So it worked out very well. We appreciate the additional resources.
Ooh, and on that, Mr. Mayor, because it was brought up about that, why don't we have them setting at Sierra Blanca Airport? Why don't we have them setting them at the convention center? How come we don't have helicopters everywhere? Why do they only stay and your resources be in Alamogordo?
A lot of that, we actually do have a land use agreement with the Village of Ruidoso to use Sierra Blanca. We have been using that quite a few times this year. Right now, it's used intermittently just due to some of the facilities and construction going on there. But both of those aircraft that were on the campfire and helped on the flume, they are currently sitting in Alamogordo. Alamogordo, where we also have our air tanker base and our dispatch center staffed at, we have an agreement there. We have so much ramp space essentially that we can use, and we're not paying any fees or anything like that. The Chinook, because it is big and it has a big support crew, right now it's without bringing a trailer to staff at Sierra Blanca, it's there, as well as right now it's more strategically located to get up here fast, to respond possibly over to the Gila or to respond down to the Carlsbad
How
area.
quickly can that get over here?
The Chinook, the Type 1, that right now, if I were to, right now we had a fire and I placed an order for it, we could probably have it with water in its belly. That one has a power snorkel, not a bucket, so it sucks up about 863 gallons of water and a drop on that one. We could have it probably dropping on a fire within 25 minutes up to this area right now.
Okay. And just to emphasize, because I think all of us have been beat up over close the forest.
Yes.
I understand you have your set of protocols. You mentioned partnership with local governments. How sensitive are you to when we say things look bad? I mean, do you factor that in at all?
Yes.
Okay.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, whenever we're in the, I guess, the fire suppression mode, you know, we try not to let politics influence good decision-making
Right.
for fire suppression choices, right? But when we're talking about our preparedness and everything, we absolutely do, and not just from community political elected officials, but as well as our state officials and our senators and representatives in the House. They are, I'm sure Amanda speaks with them, I know I speak with them at times, and I know our force supervisor does as well. And ironically, we almost, right now we're hearing everybody wants us to close force or limit, restrict people in. Anytime we go into that, then we start hearing from a lot of other people or the industry and the businesses to, why are you doing this? You're affecting it. But it does play into the decision-making, absolutely.
Okay, but the point of emphasis is Mayor Crawford can't pick the phone up and tell you to close the forest.
No, sorry.
I hadn't been able to lower the price of gas, price of rents. Man, I'm stuck.
What do you do?
I don't know.
But I've asked this before and it's been answered, but because we do have our media here, I would love to, just a quick down and dirty, the reason that you can't, as soon as you spot a fire in, say, a remote area, you can't just fly over and start dropping retardant or water bombs on it because it has to have eyes on. Is that a correct statement, or?
That is, well, the eyes on it can also be eyes from the air.
Okay.
So an air attack platform, you know, and that can be there. The reason being that we typically get people there relatively fast, but it's so that they can make sure that it is the correct action to make.
And that the lakes are safe, that we've evacuated them and.
Exactly. There's no people there, and there may be something that a pilot, because whenever those equipment are dropping, well, the helicopters, there's only a pilot in there. They're not allowed to have other passengers or a spotter or helicopter manager. The fixed wing aircraft, they typically have 2 individuals in there. But they may not be able to see, either do fixed wing or have much higher elevation than the rotor wing, and it's a safety protocol, really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a couple.
Go ahead, Joe.
One is that you mentioned that you look at the numbers and you look at the analytics to make a decision. So my question was, I was just wondering what comprise those numbers and those analytics?
Yeah.
Second would be, I believe what the Chinook dropped about 6 in the last fire up here? 6 loads?
I think it was 10, or 9 or 10, wasn't it?
9?
I was on the campfire at that time, managing that one, and I had the reports at that. I know that we said, yeah, go over there, and so I really didn't keep track of that one. I did see some of the reports, you know, from some of the water use, because we do monitor where we take water from, Alta Lake, Grindstone, and Bonito. Between the 2 aircraft, I do believe it's 10. I don't know specifically the number of drops from each aircraft, though.
So my question was, you give me just a round number on, like, say, 1 drop. What is the cost? And also, if you do catch a responsible party for the campfire, do you charge them?
So running the Chinook helicopter for about 6 to 7 hours, it costs us $42,000 in flight time.
And then they paid us back they're paying us back for the water they pulled, because it was on forestry.
Yep, that's just for the flight time. Now, there's helicopter availability time and some other things that are paid. But that specific aircraft is on what we call an exclusive use contract. So its availability for 120 days is being paid for out of the Washington office, out of nationally appropriated funds. So we didn't have to pay for that. Right now, I mean, all of us as taxpayers, we're paying for it to sit in Alamogordo for that 120-day exclusive use contract. But whenever we use it for suppression operations, we only had to pay the flight time on it, which was that $42,000. We are paying for the water. That's in a separate land use agreement that we have there. And then as far as your other question with the analytics that we use and the indices, I just want to make one point of clarification. We use those to inform and guide our decisions. We don't rely on those to make our decisions. We still take your guys' input, our input, and other people to solidify the decision. They just help us drive those. The indices that go into those are energy release component. That's essentially kind of how much BTUs something could produce if it was burning. Max temperatures throughout the day, lowest humidities throughout the day, spread component, that's a modeling effort on how fast a new ignition would start in a given fuel type. And there's a burning index, which it's a severity kind of on the daily. And those are all monitored by weather stations that are serviced and maintained twice a year. Some sensors, they all have, there's a rigorous program for those. I know the village is looking at putting in some of those stations as well. I've been talking with some of your folks on that. But all those feed into a system that used to be called the Weather Information Management System. That is still active right now until September. Due to upgrades from legislations passed back in 2014, it is all transferring to a new system, which is called the Fire Environment Mapping System, or FEMS as we refer to it. And we've already started, we've got all of our data and everything into FEMS, and for the last 3 months, and until the WIM system shuts down, we're comparing the two to make sure that when the old system shuts down, we don't have any lapse in data.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Good information.
Josh, thank you.
so much.
Amanda, thank you very much. We appreciate you guys.
Thanks.
I'm gonna, see, everything's real easy. Helicopters, the water. Next, we have some fun things we're gonna do, because during the fire that we've all been talking about, we were at the Emergency Operations Center at the Convention Center. And we looked up, and there was a couple of guys from Lubbock, Texas. The Red Raiders were out there serving fried catfish and chicken and hush puppies and French fries to I don't know how many people. All the firefighters, all the volunteers, all the people that were working in the EOC. And so we've said once, and we'll say it 100 times, we very much appreciate everything that the Red Raider alum did. Also, coming up at the end of June out at the racetrack, we will be having Red Raider weekend. And so I have a proclamation, guns up, and we'll have the mass rider and everybody. And this is usually one of the fun times, and we appreciate all of our other universities, but it's Red Raider country, we know that for sure. So we appreciate it. Here with us today is Rodney Allison. He's going to be, we may be related, Rodney, because my mother's maiden name is Allison. So I have a proclamation. You got the lens cover off that thing there? I'm just checking. You got to check with Eugenius over here. Okay, yeah, let me make sure, because he knows how it works. Whereas the village of Ruidoso is proud to host visitors from across the region, including the vibrant community of Texas Tech students, alumni, and friends who contribute to the cultural and economic vitality of our village. And whereas the village of Ruidoso, a cornerstone of our community, is renowned for its world-class horse racing and entertainment, drawing families, friends, and fans to celebrate shared traditions and create lasting memories. And whereas the weekend of June 27th through June 29th, 2025, will bring the Texas Tech Red Raider community to the village of Ruidoso and the Ruidoso Downs Racetrack for a special celebration of fellowship, entertainment, and community spirit. And whereas this event strengthens the bond between the village of Ruidoso and Texas Tech University, fostering goodwill, tourism, and economic growth while showcasing the hospitality and resilience of our community. And whereas the village of Ruidoso wishes to recognize and honor the enthusiasm and loyalty of Texas Tech students, alumni, and friends who will join us for the memorable weekend. Now, therefore, I, Lynn Crawford, Mayor of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the weekend of June 27th through 29th, 2025 as Texas Tech Red Raider Weekend in the Village of Ruidoso and at the Ruidoso Downs Racetrack. And I encourage all residents and visitors to join in the festivities, celebrate the spirit of the community, and extend a warm welcome to our Texas Tech Red Raider guests, proclaimed this 10th day of June 2025 in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Thank you very much, Rodney. Would you like to say anything?
Yes, I would. He's going to try to take a photo.
Okay.
So turn your camera and turn that around. There
Can you
we
get
go.
us all?
Oh, yeah, make sure my face is good.
Guns up.
Oh, you gotta get the guns up. All right, was a crappy shot, wasn't it?
Oh, well, we're going to all get in here.
Well, if you're going to.
Come on in. Thank you. Go ahead, Rod.
Golly.
So on behalf of Texas Tech Alumni Association, in particular, the Ruidoso chapter, we would like to thank Mr. Mayor for this proclamation of this awesome time that we've done now for a few years and hope to continue to. What this is about is us growing our local chapter here, bigger and bigger every year. We raise funds for scholarships, and we feel like, this may be taboo, but we feel like Ruidoso is our backyard. For me, in a lot of other respects as well. But we want to support this community. This community has provided us with literally a lifetime of pleasure, excitement, fun, fellowship. And so everything and anything that we can do to help grow this community, we want to be a part of that as well.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
we feel the same way. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
And that was a big honor for me. Lord knows, way back in the year of our Lord, 1980 to 85. Yes, that's how long it took me to go to Texas Tech. I never would have thought that I'd have been able to do something like that, but it's a real pleasure. And you guys, that day when you showed up out there, you fed and fed and fed so many different people and offered to do it again. And so we appreciate that kind of commitment from the community. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I know you don't have to sit here through the rest of it. I apologize. Yeah, well, are you? So that concludes the part of mayoral. Now we'll move boards and commissions, so we'll get Lazy Eye in. The appointment, we're pretty sensitive around here. We like to kick people when they're down. Drew Vodka, the owner of Elevate Hotel. We have a vacancy on the Lodgers Tax Committee. And if you remember during the fire, he was our, you've heard of a border czar? He was our hotelier.
He was our Elon Musk of
Yeah, he put it all together.
Yes.
To find all of our first responders places to stay, working with the people that were displaced, that lost their homes, a place to stay, and we appreciate it. So I'm very happy and that you're willing to serve, and he's been asking for a while, and we have an opening. And so I ask for a motion for the appointment of Drew N. Botka. What's the N stand for? Can we even pronounce it? It's too long. I figured it was.
I move that we appoint Drew Inbakta to the Lodgers Tax Board.
Second.
Any other discussion? This is your chance. Okay, roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Solis?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Corey?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Drew. We appreciate it. And he's, if you don't know the Elevate Hotel, you should go by and check on it. Really, he's already remodeled it and it looks great, but he's going to even do more improvements. So you're going to have the Hilton flag. Hilton flag, and I understand the restaurant's coming back. And the restaurant bar's coming back. So a brave, foolish individual, get one good look. No, we're just teasing you, Drew. Thank you very much. You'll be a huge asset.
Thank you very much.
Village Manager's report.
All right, Mayor, so we're going to just start back on the village manager report. Just wanted to thank the finance on the, that was approved, the final 2026 adopted budget. Judy submitted it on time, and like always, and I want to thank her and her staff for that. And now we're going to move on. Judy has a couple of presentations here on the manager's report.
Mayor and Council, this is going to be a presentation on GRT. I know every month I do put together a financial report that shows GRT, lodgers tax, cannabis, excise tax, gives some of our projects and our cash balances, and that's on the website each month under finance on the monthly report. But we were just asked to give a presentation on GRT. The only deal with this report is that it comes out pretty late in the following subsequent month. So right now, only April's is currently up on the website, and May probably won't be up on the website till the end of this week. However, we have received the GRT in May, and we usually receive it around the 16th of each month. And this month for GRT, which would be in May, we received $1.7 million in GRT, which was up almost 80,000 from the last May of last year. So each year, we look at, and compare each month and in the year in total. And if you go into the report, there's actually a 10-year history. So you can see exactly where we've been growing each year. Right now, year-to-date, we have collected $18.8 million in GRT. Our budget was 18.9, so we're already almost in budget with that last distribution in May. The numbers that I reflect are not including our clawback that we did receive, which was about 800,000. As you know, sometimes Tax and Rev does audits on some of the vendors to make sure that they're reporting the correct GRT. And in this last clawback, they found that one of our grocers was taking their grocery sales as a food deduction, and they're really not supposed to, or something in that area. So it messed up the tax, because as a municipality with a population of 10,000, we still receive hold harmless. So we received the GRT on the food sales as if there was still GRT tied to it. So even with that, we're already over what we almost collected from last year. So we've been watching a lot of our industries, which is a part of this report. I do look at our receipts from our industries: construction, wholesale trade, retail trade, real estate, arts and entertainment, accommodations, other services, and unclassified establishments. And I can see usually when one industry is down, another one is up, or they're not even down that much from last year. We knew we were probably going to get hit hard with lodgers tax, and it is showing the same in our accommodation and food services, because we're down overall year to year about almost 19%. So the clincher is that in our unclassified establishments, we're gaining a lot of receipts. So I don't have a clear definition of what an unclassified establishment is. I think it's somebody that's paying GRT, but they haven't been classified with tax and rev, so they just lump it in a big category. So that particular sector is up like $7 million in taxable receipts. So even though we're down in some of our other areas, those are lifting us up. So we're still on task to meet budget. We're almost there. We're still growing, which I'm not exactly sure how it is, because I know we thought in the beginning of the year that we were going to be really down, but we're not. We seem to keep on coming back, and we just have a lot of resilience in our tax base and people coming in. I do see a lot of people coming in, and maybe they're just spending a lot of their money, so we hope that they continue that and stuff. So overall, it looks good right now. Remember, this GRT is a 2-month lag, so the money that we received in May is actually for March sales, and we still have the rest of the fiscal year, so we're doing good.
Mayor, a couple of questions for Judy. The clawback, Judy, how long is that gonna be out there? Have we resolved it, or?
So it happens as many times as Tax and Rev finds an error on a CRS report, so
But going forward,
you hope that the vendor correctly reports GRT, but you're still at the mercy of whatever they report and whether or not Tax and Rev catches it. So this one was for, I think it was 7 months. We've had some for 36 months. It just we never know when it's coming, because all of a sudden you'll just see an increase in your GRT and you're going, what the heck happened there? And then so you have to start asking Tax and Rev.
And they really don't tell
Tell
us,
you, mm-mm.
because it's all secret. Even though we've been through the class, we still are not privy to the information, and which is not right. And we have sued, we part of a coalition, sued Tax and Rev over these issues, and we thought it was settled, and so we still have these, but we're glad when they find it.
Sure. Second question, the lodger's tax, just for the public's edification, it's down, but, and I don't know if we put a pencil to it, but we've got a lot of people like the Kinetic employees that are staying in lodging facilities, and we're not collecting lodger's tax because that's longer term. Do we have any idea how much that's impacted?
Sure.
So in one of the industries, and it might be a little bit skewed because it's accommodations and food services, but overall, that sector, if you compare fiscal year 24 to 25, we're down like 16 million just in taxable receipts. And you're seeing that as a reflection in the lodger's tax that we're collecting, because right now we are down like 31%. However, that is getting better. If you recall, at the beginning of the year, we were down like 80%.
Right.
And we've been slowly coming back. Our last few months of collections have either been a little bit higher or almost comparable to prior years. So it's starting to come back, and as Johnny was saying, that his project is ending, hopefully those long-term
Will convert back to
convert back to
taxable.
taxable.
Mr. Bacta, are you seeing a rebound?
Yeah, on the Winch Street Kinetic portion, their stays are no longer than 28 days at a time. So wherever
what
they're
counts.
staying, I know they're staying at a hotel, a chunk of them, and some are staying at MCM. They should be collecting lodger's tax.
Okay.
They are not legally exempt.
Okay.
And we've been talking to Mr. Montoya that was just here earlier about, could you help us?
But we still have the people that are running the dump trucks that are staying.
And I'm sure there's some of them, but a lot of that is working itself out, yeah.
Okay.
Because a lot of them are local,
Oh, okay.
all the dump truck, most of them.
Oh, okay. I did not
Well,
realize that.
this was not the doom and gloom I was worried about.
Well, we took proactive action right off the bat.
Yeah.
And to be prepared for the worst. And then it's destination taxing has really helped us out. That was something that we fought for with the municipal league some years back. And finally, Destination taxing is whenever you order anything from Amazon, your zip code where it's delivered gets the GRT.
Yeah.
And the same with all these contractors, where the work's being done, we get the GRT. So that was a conscious effort that we made some years back to try to get us, it's not passive income, but just access to it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, because we're talking finances, the next thing is the update on utility billing rate increase. If we're getting all this money, why are we going up on utility billing?
So, Counselor Hooker, Mayor, as you recall, we did go through a master plan and utility rate analysis. So what that does, it looks at your operating capacity for all our utilities, water, sewer, wastewater, solid waste, and even forestry. And it looks at your growth rate within your municipality, and it tries to project what you're gonna need, what kind of infrastructure, improvements you're gonna need, what kind of equipment you're gonna need, how many more people you're gonna need. So what it does is it takes all those expenses and accumulates it and then says, okay, here's your rates. And it determines whether your rates are set high enough in order to keep your operations moving, because you don't only have to worry about operations, you still have to look at all those infrastructure improvements, and we're not talking just $100,000 or something easy. You're talking about 5 million, 10 million, 50 million if you have to take down a tank, or if you have to take down 4 tanks. I know Randy and them have been on a cycle to do other things, but all our sewer lines, all our water lines, that takes money. And as you know, inflation has hit within the last 4 or 5 years pretty hard. And so those costs keep on going. So if you have a rate that's set like we had in 2014, and it hadn't been looked at for 10 years, your rate is still down here and your expenses are increasing and increasing. You have to kind of bridge that gap so you can keep on moving, or else you're not gonna do improvements to your facilities, and then people are gonna be complaining, why is my water brown? Why can't I have water? Or why is it so hard? Or whatever the case may be.
You're drinking the wrong water. Don't drink that water. So, but those are enterprise funds.
Those are enterprise
That's what I was
funds,
getting at, is
and
that
they work
it's
as a business.
different things, and there's a
So you cannot
reason.
take lodger's tax
No.
and use it for
And in fact,
watering
lodger's tax is pretty restrictive on what you can use. There's a percentage based on your lodger's tax rate of how much you can use for advertising or getting people into your town versus how much you can use to improve tourist-related facilities like convention centers, doing parks and playgrounds
Quality
and
of life
stuff like
stuff.
that. So it's really restrictive, so you can't use that, and I don't know if you would even want to do that, because you want to keep people coming into your facilities, and you want them to be visiting your town, and you want to get the word out there of stuff that's happening in your town. So I don't know if that would be a good use anyways. I don't know.
Well, by ordinance, we have to review those and the enterprise funds to make
Yes.
sure that, because there was a time years ago that we were selling water for less than what it cost us to
Yes.
produce it. And that's why so many infrastructure systems around the country have gone broke, because the voters, the people that live there don't want to pay the rent, the water, so they just say no. But the good people of the village understand it. We try to educate that we got to have water.
And Mayor and Council, when you apply for grants, also with the environmental department, they look at your rates. You have to be able to sustain it. If you're going to take out a loan, you have to be able to pledge the revenue and say, well, you need to raise your rates. So, do an analysis of it and say, your rates aren't high enough. So you have to do that. The village has to do its part.
And that's one good thing you bring up. The state and granting agencies will give you the money to build it, but they won't give you the money to maintain it. So once you build it, you got to maintain it. And why would you spend $13 million on a building or a system that you're not going to maintain? That's just water, that's just money down the drain. So you have to factor in all those grants that we're getting. Eventually, you're going to have to maintain it, repair and maintenance it, get ready to replace it in so many years, 15, 20, 30 years, and that all has to be calculated within your going rate of what you're charging your customers. And unfortunately, it's a business, and the cost is bared by the users.
So about 13% roughly is property tax on our revenue. Then we have GRT,
Which is probably about 80.
about 80%. So when our
In the general
businesses are
fund.
doing
In the general
good,
fund, yeah.
we're doing good. And then we collect and we go after every grant that's available.
And we have been successful, I think, on our last audit. For '24, we had like $23 million in grant money and stuff.
For roads, water, all kinds of
Airport,
infrastructure, airport.
You name it.
So when the fire came, you know, the 60/40 is pretty much the split on lodger's tax, 40% advertising, direct marketing type stuff. We have things set up with team tourism where, you know, if it's, you know, when we've had fires, we've had things before, we have a play that we go to go after people to let them know to come to town. We do a good job working with State of New Mexico Tourism Department, what's it called?
New Mexico True.
New Mexico True.
Yes.
That they're really big supporters of what we do. We have, last year got $800,000, and then this year, just for the fire, they gave us an additional $150 that we directed just at, we're open, come on back. One of our big markets is Lubbock, digital billboards, K-Mac, we've been on the news station down there many times, Friends and Trends. We've been to their TV station to talk about Ruidoso, El Paso, all of those. So there's a bunch of pieces that shift whenever we go into, we're not flat-footed when we have these issues. That's all I'm trying to tell you, that we have emergency management planning, and included in that is finance, water, marketing, all of those things. So we're just trying to let people understand that, you know, we work hard on staying on it. And Judy's a big part of it, her and her staff. Thank God you finally got some help.
I know, right?
Yeah, right. Anybody else?
Just one, Mr. Mayor, and this is really not a question, but Judy, just for those who are unaware, as a CPA and a former auditor, keeping all of these funds and the ledger book that you have, which if we really had one would be about that thick, keeps all of those funds straight, and especially the grants, so that when it comes to the end and we do a budget and we also have an audit, all of those funds are well spoken for. If they weren't, then it puts us in jeopardy.
Yep.
And that means we don't get grants. We get a big black eye from the state and things go downhill rapidly. And I just think people have to recognize, I don't know how you sleep at night with all that money coming in and going out and all those different line items, but I've seen it and I really respect it a great deal, and I thank you very much.
Yes,
And we just got another unqualified clean audit.
Yes, we did with 05.
And years ago, when Joe and I were on there, we had 200 and how many findings?
217.
Audit findings. That's not good. So we're very proud, and when we have had audit finding, we self-reported it.
I think organized crime has better audits than that.
Thank you, Judy, for everything.
Mayor and council, I think you're going to give she's going to give an update on the increase that's going to be taking place.
Okay, this is the billing, utility billing rate that we did. All the rate surveys, hired the company to come in and look at it, and we actually adopted this in 2024.
Yes, so each year going forward to fiscal year 2032, we will have an increase in your utility rate each year, and it would be on your billing that you receive in August for your July consumption. So this next increase, we are going to go up 12% on water, 8% on sewer, 5% on wastewater, and solid waste and forestry is going to go up 30%. So right now, if your bill's around a residential and you use 3,000, which is included in your base rate, and you're in
3,000
compliance,
gallons.
and you're in compliance with forestry, your bill is like 135. It's going to go up to about 151
Okay,
this year.
so that's where we're at. And I really wish there's a whole bunch more people on the web and in here that understood that, because we'll hear tons and tons of screaming and hollering, I promise you. But they won't complain when their Prime Amazon account goes up $20. Okay?
And you always want to remind everybody that this isn't just water.
It's trash.
Sewer, trash, wastewater.
Pine needles that you
pine
drag to the
needles
front
and
of your.
everything. So it's a utility, not a water bill.
Yeah, it's the beds and the furniture that
Oh, yes.
people, that
So-
we have to pick up.
Yeah.
And Mayor and council, we'll have Judy prepare, we'll put up on the newsletter, we'll put a update on that also.
Yes.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this for well over a year, and now it's here.
And it was even delayed a year.
Yeah, we delayed it a year
A year
because
because-
of McBride fire and,
Well, and you made the point, went 11 years,
Mhm.
10 years without.
Yeah, and we
adjusting.
knew.
So we're playing catch-up.
Yes,
Yeah.
we
to a large
are.
degree.
Yeah, so, and the new rate structure, I'll have the actual rates on a PDF on the utility billing website within the next week or two, so they can see what the changes are for all of the other rates and stuff.
When will they notice that on the invoice?
Your August bill that you get for your
August.
July
Yeah,
consumption, so.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Judy.
Oh,
Judy.
the transparency. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll go on to update on clean and lean.
And Mayor and
Here he
council,
comes.
there he is.
Alex, Stephanie, followed by the
And
lawyer.
Zach.
Yeah. And Mr. Simpson, Officer Simpson.
Thank you.
And again, our clean and lean was adopted some years back because we didn't really have a good mechanism to get dilapidated, unsightly properties back up to code. And so this was an answer we employed some time ago. So who's up first, Bobby or Alex?
I am up first. All right, so we're actually not going to start with the clean and lean part of these things. We're going to start off with these properties that we are, I think, mostly making progress on. When I say we, it's the efforts mostly of our code enforcement team, but as the group of the village with that. So 215 Hart, this is a property that still is towing the line, and so we'll make sure this might fall off our radar or off our presentations, but they're doing what they need to do. We're going to continue to stick up with them. 205 Swallow, hopefully we're going to start to see more progress on this one because the property has been sold, and so we are waiting for the new owners to reach out to us to talk about how they can get permits if necessary to do what they need to do to improve this property. 116 No-Gal, they are remaining in compliance. A nearby property to that of 100 No-Gal, which is in the Clean and Lean program. It seems that progress there has stopped, if not moved, in the opposite direction. So we will be reaching out to them to get them back moving forward with that either combination of, we'll reach out to them and see how we can make progress with them. 1116 Sutter, another property where they are making steady progress with their improvements. They are in compliance. We will continue to keep them there as we can. 109 South Hickory. Yes, sir.
Speaking of Sutter, and I don't see it in here, what's happening with Thunderbird Curios?
Thunderbird Curios, they did get their, we did a damage assessment from their fire that they had back in, was that November? And they have boarded up. They are in compliance with that, and they are working toward getting permits for remodeling to restore the store.
Okay. Do we have any idea of a timeline?
I remember their sign that they had up was they were going to be open this summer, but we don't have a timeline yet for that.
And there are boards up there now.
Yeah.
Drove by this morning. It looks better.
Because Alex and Bobby, I believe you did a red tag on them.
So myself and one of the building officials actually approached them. We try and be lenient with businesses, especially when they, encounter a devastating loss in these situations, businesses, homeowners. So we try and give them an opportunity to come into compliance on their own before we really have to intervene. This was one that was actually brought to us as somewhat of a safety hazard. The glass in the front of the building wasn't initially broken during the fire, but after the high winds, and apparently the fire had created heat enough that it pretty much tempered the glass and it cracked the glass in the front of the building. So our primary concern was for our tourists and folks that are going through there, if someone leans up against the building or a shard of glass falls off. So our primary concern at that point was to get the windows boarded. So myself and one of the building officials, Mr. Myers, we went out, made contact with the property owners, and they agreed basically wholeheartedly, yes, we want to do the right thing. And that's when we started this process. And this has just been a few weeks back. So they've made substantial progress boarding the building for us. I have full faith that they're going to do everything in their power to move forward and get open. The folks that were there, they really wanted to get back get back to open so they could start making that money for him, so.
Yeah, and Bobby, I'm curious, how bad was the damage?
I didn't get an opportunity to go inside of the building. From what I observed from the exterior of the building, it was just in the main front portion of the structure. One of the building officials who did the damage assessment would probably be able to give you a little bit more information, but I believe they'll be able to just do some minor structural repairs, and mostly it's just the damage of the fire that happened inside of the building. I don't think it actually protruded through the roof, so I think they'll be able to get back on their feet fairly quickly.
Thank you, and excuse me, Alex.
No problem. That's why we have him around. 109 Hickory, another fire. Court is working with these folks. There was a death in the owner's family, and so any action from court has been delayed until after Labor Day with that. So, but we will also be making sure that we stay on that timeline. So if there is not action that's happening at that point, we can then escalate as necessary. 154 Spruce, this was one of those properties that was doing fine, and then last week when code went out to look at things, found that it was no longer secured, as well as the condition of the building has deteriorated, the roof has collapsed, portions of the floors also have collapsed in there, so code enforcement is going to make a criminal filing, and then if necessary, bring it back for you to discuss the clean and lean program for that property. 114 Davis, this property has been cleaned and no additional action necessary at this time. 103 Delmar, there was a red tag that had been issued due to some safety concerns with how that remodel and addition was going. Those have been rectified, corrections have been made to their plans. We are continuing to work with them on that one. Yeah. 202 Brady Canyon, vacant and secured. We are working with them to get we do not have the vacant building permit. Since we have, in the intervening months, adopted the new flood hazard maps, that property is definitely located within a flood hazard area. We will then see what this property owner is wanting to do with their property, so that we can get that squared away. 616 Sudderth, mostly progress, but some backsliding. We're going to continue to be in contact with them and also to be sure that we are monitoring for continued compliance. And then 210 Barkus, another structure fire. We will be submitting this to court because they have not moved forward with getting a vacant building permit and making the required improvements to the roof to secure that building so it can be permitted as a vacant building in that. Yeah.
Spring, the next one. Yeah. So the next one on the list is 205 Spring. This is a property that's been on our radar for some time. As a matter of fact, we brought it into compliance before we had the standards for the vacant building standards, before we created the clean and lean within our ordinance. The property owner at that time was compliant with us. They had boarded the property so that no one could enter the property. I know it looks in pretty poor condition. It remains in fairly poor condition. As a matter of fact, the folks I've been in contact with have acknowledged at least the trailer in the front of the property is in but very poor condition. The intent is to remove that front, which is a single wide trailer. They believe that they just want to remove it from the property. One of the things that we're running into is the original property owner is now deceased. Family members ended up with different portions of property, and they've been working through that over the last couple of months. From what I understood, the property has been transferred to the main point of contact I have, and his intent, the last conversation I had with him was I gave him the contractor list that the village provides, and he was trying to find a contractor that would come and remove that. He is having difficulty with that because of all of the other fire and flood and cleanup things within the village. So I am going to continue working with him directly to make sure that we follow through with that and get that trailer removed and the other repairs to the property. So I know that the notes don't really indicate all of that, so I just wanted to kind of touch on that, that I'm in close contact with the property owner, and I don't know if y'all know, but we kind of nicknamed the property the Boy Scout property. For years, it was used by the Boy Scouts. Yearly, they would come up and clean up the property, and obviously that's changed now. So we will continue to work with the property owner, and I'm hoping in the next few months, we'll be able to get some compliance.
So that concludes our update on the properties that are being tracked. The next part really is, as the agenda indicated, the clean and lean part of things. So post-disaster property remediation. So it has been nearly a year since the fire and the floods have happened. We have delayed enforcement upon properties have not cleaned up until the substantial completion of the private property debris removal program, the PPDR. Those enrollments closed in mid-May, and there's a handful of properties that they're still working through with that. Code enforcement has gone out and identified those properties that have either not given the right of entry and participating in the PPDR program, that have not, and then also working with the Community Development Department, those that have not been issued permits for any repairs or construction. And so on the next slide, we have the list of the 20 properties that have currently been identified that did not participate in the PPDR. And so the 19 of those were fire damaged, and one of those was a flood damaged property. I believe Bobby said just this morning he sent out the certified mail for the abatement notice on those of which he has just provided you a generic copy of the letter that went out to these 20 property owners. And the council may direct for abatement on these if these properties are not brought into compliance by July 9th of this year. And so you'll see the list of those addresses there.
So some of these are Upper Canyon, right?
Good many of them.
I don't
Quite a
know
few
those.
of these are in
Okay,
Upper
'cause
Canyon.
I was up there yesterday, and I'm really amazed that, it does look better and better,
Yeah.
but there still are many that have not been.
Correct. So on the list that's kind of towards the back of this PowerPoint presentation, we've got a few separations in that list. One of those lists is properties that haven't granted right of entry, meaning they haven't started the process at all. Or also on that same list, they haven't actually pulled any type of permit through the Village of Ruidoso for any type of cleanup, demolition. Those 20 properties are what got sent out today by certified mail. And we have to, by ordinance, give them 30 days to make corrections to the property. So my intent with these letters is they went out today. Any of those property owners who have not made any improvement to the property whatsoever, haven't given ROE or haven't pulled permits through the village, basically have done nothing to do cleanup, those properties are what we sent out letters today for. At the July 9th meeting, next month's meeting, the properties that have not gained compliance or moved into some form of moving forward to clear those properties, those are the properties that we're going to bring to council to determine if they're a nuisance, and then at that point move forward with contractors to clean and lean.
But we have sent people door to door, door hangers, done research through the county property records, sent letters to get them in the PPDR program because that was no cost to them.
But now that program is gone, right?
Done. So now we're doing the clean and lean
Yeah.
process.
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, just on like the mobile home on Brady Canyon there, we still have John Moon who works for DHSCM. He's still looking into it, and we're still on other properties. It's on a case by case basis on that.
So we're working closely, like I say, the properties, those first 20 properties in the PowerPoint presentation, those are the ones that got certified notices sent out today. And it's a very similar to what I just passed out to you, which is one of our notices of violation. There's a few minor changes from what this says. The initial part up here says 10 days, that now says 30 days for their notice. But it gives specifics. You need to clean up the property for the burnt structure that's on the property. If you fail to react to this within 30 days, it'll be brought before council for basically the clean and lean program.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have one other. Alex, you alluded to you were talking about no-gal, and then you said, is it 100 no-gal that we've been working on all this time? We do not want, we want forward progress. That's been going on.
That is the exact one that the
Okay.
council has already spent, I believe, what, 19,000?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, $42,000. So yes, has already expended money on, with that. So yes, that is the same property. So we will, a combination of our departments be reaching out to them to
I just don't want them to
move them
think
forward.
We've done a little bit, and so now we're good. Okay.
Right.
No,
Yeah, 'cause
they're on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And
appreciate it.
Alex and Bobby, just on Alpine Village, the construction site,
So
can you give an update on that?
Absolutely. So 103 Alpine Village has been brought to our attention. I'm sure many of you have driven by this area, basically right at the bottom of Swiss Chalet, as you can see it. We had a gentleman move in quite a bit of construction material and was utilizing a residential property for commercial enterprise, basically using it as a construction yard. I made contact, issued a red tag. We've been in contact with the owners. It's a LLC that actually owns the property. And at this point, we gave an opportunity to correct those things. And I have seen some improvement, but it's very, very small amounts of improvement. So at this point, it's been submitted to municipal court. We will continue to move forward through that process. I believe that as we move through that process, just because I have seen some improvement over the recent few days, not a substantial amount, but some improvement, I believe that we'll be able to get the property into compliance.
All right, so then we have on our next group of properties, those that have partial cleanup or that they are working to obtain permits through the village. Code enforcement is going to continue to be monitoring those. We have not sent out any abatement notices on those properties, and there are 6 of those properties that are in that category there. And then our last group of properties, also 6 of them, that they are in the PPDR program, but they have not either started the cleanup or that they're incomplete with that. And same kind of deal, no enforcement at this point in time, no notices have been sent. Just continue to monitor where their status are and hope that they, more than hope, but hope to see them complete their cleanup on that. Any other properties that you have questions on or concerns that you need to bring to our joint attention?
106 College Drive, I drive by there all the time, kind of down the hill, but I don't see them on either one of these lists here. But I don't think anybody's been there to even look at it, much less clean up.
So there's a very good possibility, but as a matter of fact, I had another call come in just today. I personally went out and did the survey. I may have missed some things. Unfortunately, humans, we make mistakes and we do miss some things. So that's probably going to end up on a secondary list as we move through this, because there are a few that we may have missed through this. I will make a note of that address and put it on there for a notice so that we can move forward as that. And the same thing goes for anyone watching YouTube, council members. If you see a property that's not on these lists, or if you have a property of concern, especially with damage from floods or fires, please contact us, and we're happy to start moving forward in this progress.
Thank you.
I have a question. 300 block of Gavilan, that's where there used to be a set of pins and all that stuff there. It's been flattened. It looks like a metal building's going on. I'm assuming that's county.
It is outside of the village of Ruidoso, correct, county's jurisdiction.
Perfect, thank you.
And Mayor and Council, I believe that's going to be, My Metal is going to be building there, so.
Yeah, I saw the signs and I figured that's what it was. I didn't know if it was going to be a storage or
They're
somebody's
building a
home.
shop there is what,
Okay.
so that's what we've been told.
Anybody else?
Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Did y'all give us just a public explanation off of Hull and Warrior, the RV that's parked up against the mountain?
Very good point. I appreciate that because we've gotten a ton of calls about that property. The village council decided after the floods and fires, people who were displaced, we made some adjustments to the ordinance to allow people to utilize RVs for living purposes. With that being said, several throughout town have been approved for that process.
While they're rebuilding.
And some of those through the community development department, but within that same category of the village allowing people to utilize RVs for this short period of time here. With that being said, that property there at almost the corner of Hull and Warrior Drive is permitted. We've had several people very, very concerned about the property, but I believe we have all of the village staff as well as most of the community members that have reached out to us. But if you are concerned about that, the village is aware of it. It is permitted, and we are working with the property owner as they move forward.
But
What about,
And I will add on to that, we are also working with that property owner on permitting for a single-family home to be constructed on that site.
do they have, is there sewer right there?
They will be working to connect to the sewer on Hull Drive. They will be doing a private sewer line and a private water line.
What's the sunset provision again? When
2
is
years.
that?
18, 2 years.
It's 24 months.
For the RV?
What is it?
Or, no, for the ordinance.
For the revision for allowing use of RVs,
The resolution?
July 2026.
Yeah, July 20.
so then, right across the street, as soon as you pull out the parking lot here, there's a fifth wheel that's backed up to that house. They have until that date, they can stay there, but then on that day, the next day,
Unless otherwise extended by y'all as an amendment to the resolution.
thank you.
And even the trailer on Warrior Drive and Hull is planning on a small house, right?
Yes,
Yes,
they
they
are,
got
they are
permitted,
working through the permit process, and the intent is to actually build on that property.
Okay, is that it?
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
guys, appreciate it.
Mayor and council, one final item here. We have Diane Staub, and I call her Denise all the time, that's all, and Stephanie Long. They're gonna provide just an update on a book collection, and Stephanie was on the radio show yesterday and talked about it a little bit, so thank you both.
Good afternoon. I got it right. This book collection is coming from the family of Ted Bonnell, who is, the Bonnell family's been in the area for a long time. I know they contacted the mayor and they contacted some other people in the community looking for a home for this large book collection of Ted Bonnell's. They talked to me a little bit. They were really looking for a place for public access, so they came and kind of toured the museum, and I suggested they talk to Dee over here at the library, because I think that was going to fit more with their expectations. So she got in 23 boxes of books.
Oh, my God.
About a week ago, and is going through it, and we're looking at kind of splitting out some of the stuff, the paper pamphlets and stuff would probably come to me as things that we can't really circulate, as far as people just roughly handling them. So they might come to me as more of a, if somebody asks for it, I can go fetch it for them
So
kind
it
of
has some
situation.
historical significance.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let Dee talk about, because she's been through more of the boxes than I have, so.
Yes, I received 20 boxes from the Petties and 3 boxes from the Salzwettels. I'm not positive how to pronounce it.
Salzwedels. Salzwedels.
And I'm on box number 3. I'm logging all the items in each box.
Oh, my gosh.
Many of the items are historical. They have information about Lincoln County or Otero County or New Mexico. Some have receipts from when they were bought and where they were bought from. There's newspaper articles inserted into them that have to do with the book itself. So it's very interesting going through it. I'm not just doing it myself. I'm also going to give some more for Stephanie and her helper to do some logging. We'll go through and decide exactly what we're doing with everything. The collection, I found going through it that Ted and Glenda love New Mexico and the area and history. They kept up with different authors that were authoring books that had to do with the history of New Mexico. And so they bought books from El Paso all the way up to Las Vegas, New Mexico, from various vendors. I know that the Petties and the Soswettles, they really wanted the collection to be here, to be utilized. They have some first editions that we're looking at putting behind glass. We spoke about that there in the archive room. But most of it, they want for it to be able to be circulated. They want people to learn more about New Mexico and its history.
Well, what would you rate the condition of the books?
Well, it's hard. A lot of them are older.
That's what I
And so for their age, they're actually in pretty good condition.
Okay.
There's not too many that have any tears or anything like that with them. It's more just yellowing of the edges of the pages. And the dust covers may not be in the best of shape, but mostly they're in pretty good shape.
Good.
So it's something that we would allow to be able to be circulated.
So have we formally accepted all of these?
We have accepted them, and they let us know that whatever we don't put in the collection, that we can give to our friends group to sell, because they're aware of the fact that some of the items they're donating, that we already have copies of those items. So,
Do you think some of it will end up some libraries have a reserve room where they have copies of text that you described, which really wouldn't weather very well being taken home, looked at, bounced around, but in a reserve room can be looked at on a one-stop deal. Is there any thought to that, or do you even have the room for something like that?
well, in our archive room, we have items that you can't take out of the archive room, but we do have some items that you can check out and take home, but you can't take them home for 3 weeks. It's just like for a week, you know. So we do have the space in the archive room for them to just look at the items there in the archive.
Thanks so much for the hard work. It looks like it's just started, but that seems like an incredible volume to go through at one time. You know, how many books are in this collection?
I don't know how many.
Guessing, I mean.
We didn't receive all of them. I would say, because there's a lot of little booklets that are in there with it. As far as books go, there's probably about 20 books per box, but there's a whole lot of pamphlets and little booklets and newspaper clippings and stuff to go with it.
How did the newspapers?
There were 90 pamphlets in the box that I went through, so yeah.
90? And I'm just curious on the newspapers, how did they weather what you say? There were some newspaper articles that met up with the book in terms of defining it, but I mean, I would think those would fall apart when you open them up.
Well, I'm actually amazed that you can actually you don't even have to be super careful about opening them up. They have stayed pretty good by being kept inside the book. There's one I found that was from Lincoln County News 1880.
Wow.
That was clipped out of the paper.
Amazing.
Yes. Others from the 20s, 50s, 60s, even more recently is 2000s.
Thank you.
And if I could, I got a friend of mine, Buddy Ritter's the one that brought this to my attention. Most of y'all know Buddy. So this is Legacy of the Southwest, a gift to the Ruidoso Library. Jill and John Petty, together with Luann and Dan Salzwedel, have generously donated a significant collection of books on New Mexico, and the southwest to the Ruidoso Library. Daughters Jill and Luann believe this lifetime collection, curated by Ted and Glenda Bunnell, deserves to be shared with the community. Glenda Shook Bunnell was born on the land now home to Alto Country Club. So see, this is how things grow. You don't think about it. While Ted hailed from Tularosa. Yeah, our Tularosa friends over there. Glenda was among the first graduates of the Ruidoso High School. After attending NEMI and NMSU, she and Ted married and managed the Navajo Lodge. Everybody remembers that before it burned down. Ted and his father, Kyle, Kiel, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Bunnell owned Bunnell Hardware until the Petty family acquired it in 1959. After relocating from Carrizozo, the Pettys transformed the business into Gamble's.
And that's right there where Rails the Flower Shop, that whole area.
Oh, really, right there?
That was Gamble's.
A visionary in banking, Ted was recruited by his grandfather in Tularosa and became one of New Mexico's foremost bankers, serving as CEO of Bank Securities, Inc. and Second Bank Holding Company in the U.S. BSI owned institutions across New Mexico before being sold to Robert O. Anderson. There's another famous name if you know anything about New Mexico. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Ted embodied the spirit of the West, an eternal optimist and a cowboy at heart. While expanding BSI's network, he also acquired several cattle ranches across Otero and Lincoln counties. Every spare moment was spent either reading or working the land, reflecting his deep passion for knowledge and New Mexico's rugged beauty. This donation honors Ted and Glenda's love for their home state, ensuring their treasured books will continue to inspire and educate future generations. So that's the kind of collection that we have. And a lot of this was made public because of the group here's and Frank Potter and that group's dedication to starting the Wingfield House Heritage Museum that Stephanie runs over here, and then the library. So it's wonderful when a plan starts working. And that was the whole point of the Wingfield House, is to let people like myself that weren't born and raised here for a gazillion generations, people from Lubbock that want to come in and feel part of the community, you know what's going on and how we got here. So this is wonderful, and we appreciate it.
I've actually learned more about my own family because my Aunt Eleanor, who departed in 2024, was a Bonnell and married Ken Shockey.
I'll be done.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And so I'm learning more about my own family going through all this.
That's good.
I'll be darned, I didn't know.
Mayor,
Yes.
John and Jill Petty are watching this on YouTube.
Oh, they are? Well, I'm glad we appreciate.
Thank you, John and Jill.
Yeah, I didn't know they were on. So we certainly appreciate this wonderful donation, and hopefully we make you proud by being able to display it. I can't wait to see some of the pamphlets and stuff. I like what you've got going, Stephanie, with the postcards. How creative people were back then. I mean, we still have some creativity, but it's just different when you can see it. And we appreciate the gift because you can actually hold it in your hands. So we'll have an additional press release that we'll get in the paper. I see our newspaper guy stepped out, and we'll get that put in there because this is exactly what Ruidoso needs for past generations to know. We have so many folks that are raised here, don't have a clue of how we got here. And then there's folks like us that want to be a part of it, but we don't know where to start. And so this is a perfect example.
Great.
So we appreciate this, the Petty, so much for giving this to us. So thank you very much. Thank you, ladies.
Are you going to tell the mayor about your award?
Oh, we already talked about, I listened to them on the radio. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saturday I got the news that we received the Award of Excellence from the American Association of State and Local History, which is kind of a mouthful, but it's the professional organization for history museums and historical societies. They do a leadership in history award program. They've been doing it for 80 years. This is their 80th year. They're just announcing it this week, and we were one of the winners. We're the only recipient in New Mexico, so that's kind of cool. There were 54 recipients around the country. I haven't seen the full list yet to see what company we're in yet, but that'll be interesting to see. So, yeah, really excited about it. It's pretty
For your Ruidoso Rewind.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It wasn't for the museum as a whole, it was for the Ruidoso Rewind program, as an example of a.
And the only
a
complaint that we
program,
have
so
about the show is
it's not long enough.
15 minutes, give or take, and she tells you about Thrill Hill eventually. We'll talk about Cree Meadows, why it's named Cree Meadows, why we have, Angus Hill, all of these things, who these people were, the Scottish, the Irish, the English, and then, of course, the Native Americans and all the different things. It's wonderful to learn the history, so.
Yeah, it's good. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Good job.
Mayor, I just wanted also, we were very fortunate last week. We had the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund, their annual retreat.
Retreat.
And it's always great, AJ and all his staff, the mayor's part of that committee also, and working with that group, they are just amazing. And I work with them on a daily basis, and they're there to support us. But having the retreat here in Ruidoso, I'm going to say, was great, and just showcasing. We had some of the staff visit here at Village Hall that hadn't been here, and just talking with staff and all. So I do appreciate that. And I'll stand for any
Another chance
questions.
to shine, and
Yep.
and staff didn't let us down a bit, so it was
Exactly.
great.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Mayor, a couple of questions for Ron on
Yes.
his report. Ron, you put in there status report on the Healing America's Heroes. Was that impacted by the fire? at Fort
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, I did speak to Eddie Ryan last week. They were back there. Everything's fine with that property. We're not only working with them, we're working with General Service Division of the state of New Mexico. They're the property managers that own that whole area there. So kind of a two-part, working with DFA, GSD, and with the Healing America's Heroes. And we'll continue to do that. And I know I spoke to Dr. Jackson about it. We're just Judy and I are trying to educate them also on how you can use the funding, being it's state funds and the procurement and all of that. So they're still trying to decide what they're going to do, if they're going to build a metal building or just remodel one of the older structures there, so.
Short-term rentals, has that software?
I wanted,
we were targeting June.
Alex stepped out. Alex, are you listening?
Alex, and I can have him come back in on that. I know they're being trained on that, and I don't believe it's going to.
I was just curious.
Thought it was July.
Yeah, it's not implemented. They're training right now.
And they're going to have to do
But it's moving
yes.
forward.
Yes, it's been purchased and already made the purchase here prior budget year, and we'll implement that. It's going to do the conversion is going to be the tough part. A lot of times you just have to, if there's any type of issues with it, we just work it out, so.
Okay. Final thing, I had got a call about, and you've told me before and I forget, this staging area at White Mountain with the chain link fence and the pipes. What is that?
That is J&H Construction Company. They're the company that's doing the new water line for us on the Country Club subdivision.
Okay, so
And they're
it's
the same.
temporary.
Yeah.
And they're the same contractor that just finished the walking path for the safe routes to schools.
And that's
for the
school
school district.
property that they're on, they're
Yeah.
paying.
They're paying rent on that.
Okay.
They're paying
And they
the.
also own Built.
But it's not gonna stay there forever.
No.
Oh, no.
No, and then they own Builtwise, the
Yes.
housing builders. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, we were so impressed with them on
Oh,
Pine
yes.
Cliff
Yeah.
that they did the job for us over there. They have a Class A operation.
Boy, that trail at the schools is nice.
Oh, yeah, we've been walking that area there. Really,
Yeah.
really nice.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
thank you.
anybody else? Did we already get caught up on the road paving? Everything that's getting ready to go? Okay. Report from municipal officials. Mayor Pro Tem, you got anything?
Yes, actually I do. Thank you. Last month, the Green Tree Solid Waste Authority had their landfill meeting. It's supposed to be a joint meeting with the Otero County Solid Waste Authority, but we had them separate. What was interesting to me to find out was the volume of tonnage of trash and fire and flood debris that was hauled in last year's calendar. For routine volume, which is our regular household trash and normal junk like that, 76,080 tons. Wow. And then the fire and flood volumes, 92,453 tons, for a total of 168,533. The revenue that they got just for the fire and flood was 1.3 million collected. Now, also, you know, I asked about the asbestos and stuff like that because they're one of the sites that can take asbestos, but I think, if I remember right, it was getting up to capacity, and part of why they were shipping it over to Roswell, because that cell was filling up pretty quick. The life cell was substantially reduced due to the volume increase. Prior to this incident, cell 5 had an expected life of 28 to 30 months. With the increased volume, it reduced it to 12 to 15 months. And it takes a while for them to build a cell, a new cell, which they're in the process of it right now. They expedited that to get going. So really, that was the bulk of the part that pertains to us. Now, keep in mind, we're part owner. I say we're part owner. They just say we're a participant of the landfill. But any action taken at the Green Tree Solid Waste, only when it's dealing with landfill, that's when I could vote. I don't stay for executive session. Zach makes sure I'm out of there. I guess I could stay if I wanted to, but who wants to? Anyway, and that's the role that I have, and Commissioner Chavez, he represents the last two meetings I've been, he's been there representing the county for the same reason. So that's where this is an annual meeting, as I said. Back when Kaplan was here, it used to be joint. We would meet in Tularosa or even Alamogordo with the Otero County. And I like that because we got to talk to the other mayors and other municipalities that participated in that to really get a handle. But that's pretty much what that came out of that meeting last month. The other thing, I want to thank Eric for that community outreach on the flooding awareness, or the National Weather Service that attended for the community. There was about 40 residents, I guess, in about, I would say, that attended that. It was well prepared, well done by those experts on our weather forecast. So, and they're pretty much hitting it on the nail. I still rely on Frank Potter's report on Facebook, but it's going really good. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Are we going to be able to participate in any of the revenue?
No.
See, that's why we need our own landfill, and we're going to get our own, because we talk about getting jerked around. I get whiplash every time I read the report. We operate it, we were third of an owner at one time, and now we've been relegated because of an attorney that runs everything. So, anyway, we'll figure it out. Madam?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I would like to say that the Keep Ruidoso Beautiful Board honored T-Bone yesterday at the meeting for his years of service, between 7 to 10, for being the Keep Ruidoso Beautiful Executive Director, and with a very nice plaque and then some sandwiches and a cake. But what I would like to publicly say is that I've been on a part of Keep Ruidoso Beautiful since the inception in 1995. Mayor Jerry Shaw is the one that started it. And so for 30 years, Keep Ruidoso Beautiful has been growing. And we've had, Buzz and I can't think of, what was his name?
Rodney Griego.
No, not Rodney, but, I can't think of his name that was part of it. But what I wanted to say is that T-Bone has really progressed the program, and all of us really appreciate his time and energy and dedication. And so he is no longer July 1st, but Chris Camacho will take his place, but we really appreciate it. Thank you for your hard work.
Well, that means he's retiring too.
Who? I know, yeah, I know. December 31st.
Yep. Anything else?
No, thank
But
you.
you have done a great job. I'm sorry I missed the free sandwiches, but you are a big blessing to the community and all the things that you do.
Amen.
How much more time do you have?
December 31st. But who's counting?
Mr. Joe Eby?
Thank you. I attended the event that Shirley Estes put on there at the Country Club Park, Country Club Drive Park, I guess it's called there. And it's always good if we can foster any type of good relationships with the tribe. And that event with Randy, that I went there a couple of days, and I'm glad that the event was held here as far as the training for the sanitary survey inspectors for the state, because they all work for the state. Initially, I thought they were people coming and getting training like an operators, but then I found out, no, it's your compliance officers that were coming here. And for to get the comments that the water department did receive, and their turnaround, meeting Joe Martinez, 14 years ago almost, and his attitude towards the village water system then, as opposed to now, for him to do such a turnaround and give such great compliments.
Joe Martinez. Savage.
Joe, no, there's
Joe
another.
Martinez?
Joe Martinez, he's the compliance bureau chief there with NMED, so
He's their boss.
he was there at the conference.
And John Pajak was there too.
There for a moment there for.
Yeah,
Yes, in his Hawaiian shirt.
yeah, showing he's retired.
Yes, so, but not only that, the water department, it really is across all the departments in the village. Judy with finance, the Parks and Rec,
Yeah.
the administration, the governing body, roads, you just go on and on.
Yeah.
So it's just great here at the village to have such great people here working.
It is.
And with that, I just give them all kudos. So with that, Mayor, that's all I have. I'll surrender my last 10 minutes to Councilor Hooker.
AKA the soap man.
All right.
Soap magnate, your turn.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, it goes all the way back to the Renaissance Fair. Matt, had some ladies come in the day after that. They loved it. It was great. But they just asked if it could be watered down next time prior to keep some dust down. I know it was windy that time, and we did discuss that. But that was just one of the things that I wanted to pass along. Other stuff's been asked and answered. And in relation to that, the village didn't plan the Renaissance Fair. There was no bike rally that weekend, and any baseball events is something that just happens naturally. So when someone posts that the village, or it's the city, they said the city made a big mistake. We don't direct everything that goes on in this village. There's other events that take place naturally. Coming up, when we have the event over at Wingfield on the 17th, that's not the village that's putting that together for the remembrance of the choir. So there's a lot of things that take place, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, and I often do this, but at least it's on the record. We didn't do all that. Bill, thanks for showing up. I know we joke around and everything, but, you know, you do bring forth good things, and I wanted to thank you for that. The last is wrapping around anxiety. My wife and I were in Albertsons this morning getting some stuff, and it started raining. And there was a lady standing there, and she broke down. She fell apart. I could tell she was having a moment to like, how am I going to get home? I thought I was going to have to help her out. So as we go into this year anniversary, we all need to remember whether you lost a house, you didn't lose a house, you knew somebody did, it is going to be a time that people are going to be in an emotional state. So other than that, I'm just glad to be here. Come buy soap.
He bought a soap store, so it's. Dr. Jackson?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to shout out, I know that police and fire are at our beck and call almost 24/7 every day of the year. But also I wanted to recognize the street department, especially this weekend, because when you block out Warrior Drive and we don't have Paradise, it limits how people are getting around. And it was a big race weekend with a futurity and a derby, and yet they were out there. I drove through it not realizing how bad it was at about 7:30 in the morning, and by the time 10 o'clock or 10:30 arrived, it had been completely fixed. And that just goes to show you how very responsive they are and how dedicated they are, because it doesn't matter whether it's weekends, holidays, it doesn't matter, night or day, they're there. And I wanted to say I appreciated that.
Thank you. Councilor Corey?
I too was with Joe at the Mescalero event and got a chance to talk to several of their council members, and I'm hoping to meet with one of them in a couple of weeks. I walked through Midtown on Saturday, talked to several of the merchants, and they are all very, very energized by the crowd so far between Memorial Day and these other events, so that bodes well. And Councilor Hooker, I'm glad you brought up that memorial event next week, because there is a lot of PTSD in our community, and we need to be very respectful of what people have gone through and not necessarily celebrate, but remember. So, thank you.
And that's all very true, because there are a lot of folks on that. And I failed to mention that we had another graduating class of the Citizens Police Academy. And do you have the list of people that graduated, Chief? Because I don't see it sent to me. But I was wanting to get it in the newsletter, but it didn't make it. But we had a good group that showed up, went to almost all the meetings, but this Citizens Police Academy has been I think a huge success, changing some of our biggest detractors into some of our biggest proponents. So do you have any names on there you can read me?
I do. They were, Ms. Ann was able to send those to me. So on May 15th, they actually did the graduation, and that was during Police Week. So we had a total of 9 people that were pretty consistent through the whole class and had a good time doing it, and we got a lot of good feedback from them afterwards also. So we had Callie Burrow, Karen Joyce, Ms. Elaine Sanchez and Adam Sanchez both attended, Mike Garrettson, Gavin Biggers, and William Hall, and Elisa Leba, and John Cruz. And so they were all participants, and it was a good time, and I think everybody had a really good experience with it, so.
And the food was good.
And the food was real good.
What kind of student was Mr. Hall?
The class clown.
I'm shocked.
He just had a few things to add. Not complaining, he was just adding.
No, it was good. We had a lot of good discussions, so.
Good.
It was good.
But it's always nice to show up and see these and their families supporting them, learning that there's much more to that than just putting on the uniform.
Are you doing it again?
So we'll do it again next year, same time.
So anyway, thanks, Chief.
What's your class limit? Is it still 12 or something?
We're looking around 15,
15.
about 15 total. I mean, give or take. Obviously, we want to do a class. We kind of cut it back to once a year because we didn't want to do classes for 3 or 4 people. And originally, I think we had 18 sign up for this class. So, we'll take about 15. If we go a little over, that's fine too.
And it's 10 weeks.
10 weeks.
That's a long time, 3 hours at a time. So it's a lot of commitment these folks put in.
And we appreciate them for coming up and all the officers that come in and teach as well, because they do a good job, so.
And they get a certificate and their picture. I'm sorry we didn't get it in the Insider in time, but we'll work on that. We had it on our Facebook page
Yes.
and all of that. So, but we're real proud of those
That's a
folks.
great class.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah. What? Well, it just came out. May 15th. May 15th. There you go, Thule. Yeah. Yeah, we need to make sure we acknowledge those folks. Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, we'll move on to regular items. And now then, discussion and possible action on second renewal of property management agreement with Berkshire Hathaway. Here she comes. Home Services Enchanted Lands Realtors for property management at 603 and 1114 Meacham Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico. Welcome. Are you getting a lot of phone calls?
Oh, yes.
I bet you are.
I came with the numbers of phone calls too. So I did pull those numbers. We had to combine from our 2 offices, our corporate office in Roswell and locally in Ruidoso, to come up with a number of calls we've gotten. In May, we had 275 calls, and approximately 120 of them were for 603 Meacham. So, and most of them were just
120
approximately.
for 10 homes.
Yeah. Wow. So our actual wait list right now is actually only at, where are we here? 38. We were up to about 46, and the last week about 12 dropped off because they had already found alternate lodging. But then we gained a few as well. So there's definitely a need. People are excited, people are waiting, people call every day.
Every day.
On the waiting list, is that first come,
First come, first serve, yes. So starting from the beginning, when people call in, we take down their name, we take down their phone number of occupants, so we can properly put them into the properly sized unit for them once applications become available. And once we release the applications, once we have that final completion date, it's gonna go 10 at a time, because since there's 10 homes. So we'll call the first 10 on the list, give them a week to submit an application, and then the next week, whoever hasn't submitted an application will move on to the next.
What about are there any openings at the Meacham Meadows?
Not any longer. We had 4 applications in 24 hours, removed it, and we have somebody moving in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I thought I saw a sign out there. I looked over and it caught my eye.
Yeah, number 11.
So now that goes in, will it be like a total package as far as, well, you might not have made it in over here, but you could get in over here, or is it just that specific?
So any application submitted with our company is good for 90 days and good for any property that we have. So we can move them around if there's more openings that come available over there. Say if the rents are a little bit higher over there, income limits are a little bit higher versus over at Meacham Meadows. There is a possibility that somebody that doesn't qualify over there may be able to qualify over at Meacham Meadows.
there was some talk last week questioning, are you guys inspecting these units?
Yes. Yes, so we do drive-by inspections pretty well weekly. That's the minimum that we do. Last week was a little different. It was my 1 week a year that I get to go on vacation, unplugged, so I was gone last week. But we do drive-by inspections, and then interior inspections, there's different benchmarks and criteria that require different interior inspections. So it could be if they're late on rent and they don't make up rent, we're gonna be there posting the notice, and when we're there posting the notice, most of them let us in at that time, otherwise we schedule an inspection. So some of them have had 5-6 inspections in the last year. Some of them have had 2 because they haven't been a problem. There's been no negatives on prior inspections, good rent history. And those ones we're doing at a minimum 6 months. And then a lot of times when there's a call for interior repairs, one of us will tag along with the vendor and go in and take a look and make sure we don't have any non-compliance issues.
Okay. Have you detected any significant issues?
Nothing significant. A lot of it is just the way people
Wear and
live.
tear.
Yeah, can't really dictate the way a person lives, as long as they're not damaging the property.
Sure.
There's not a lot that we can do.
Kylie, when you do application,
Mm-hmm.
is that also when you do credit checks?
Yes.
Okay.
So the application does a background check. Mostly what we're looking for on a background is making sure that there's no offenses that are going to report that makes them ineligible to live in that community. And then we're doing the credit check, and then income verification and rental history and/or proof of home ownership if somebody's relocating for a job or something.
Okay.
What do you charge for the application?
The application is $40, and that's the fee that the software we use charges.
Credit check and all that.
Yeah, I know that, I just forgot.
Violent
what we were
history,
charging.
drugs, all that stuff.
Yeah.
There were also questions about, and Ron, I don't know if you found out about the escrow and how that was being handled.
So we're talking about the reserve funds?
Yes.
Yes, the
Yeah,
way
so-
it's set up, yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so
The
the
R and
reserve,
R.
Yep.
yeah, so that, there was an initial amount that was determined in the management agreement that was going to be held for all properties for the term of management. And what that is it's an emergency fund. If we have to send out emergency repair, something like that, and need to
Plumber.
pay that out immediately, and we've already paid out rents, we have those funds to pay it.
Have you looked, at North Park across the street, we have it looks like to me that there are shingles coming up.
Yes, so that is something that we've been working on. We had one section repaired by a vendor, and then right after that, the top part peeled off.
Okay.
And I know Levi and Ron have been looking into that. It was reported by a vendor that it's possibly manufacturing defect of the shingles.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is that the same vendor, manufacturer?
It's the AAA homes.
That I was going for, so we'll know.
Yeah. By far, 95% of repair items have been with AAA homes.
Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this was brought up actually by Mayor Pro Tem Salas, and we kind of touched on it, I think, just minimally, just a few minutes ago, but under item 14, under your contract,
Okay.
under the initial deposit and reserve, I think that it wasn't the language that we had a concern with, it was that it's kind of open-ended, and it says to be determined as a reserve, and I wonder if you could define that a little clearer?
So the changes to that contract were done by somebody that no longer works for the village, in the negotiation of that contract. And so, there's an addendum to that has the full reserve amount.
Oh, that defines it?
Defines
And
it.
also on the days of, to respond, that also has been redefined? 'Cause
I
that's
think
in
so,
that same
but I'd have to
section.
see do you have the addendum? I mean, I hadn't seen that.
I don't have it in front of me, but I could forward that to you all.
And that was a former manager that worked on
Yeah,
that.
and we had discussions on affordability, can people get in it? And we had a standard rate, and then we all decided, oh my God, they can't afford that either, so
Right.
we made it cheaper and cheaper to get folks in.
Yeah.
So,
And we've had very few people not qualify. The things that we're seeing that people don't qualify for are, they don't have income in the area. Their income is not provable. They're getting paid under the table. Or they have severe deficiencies on their credit report, bankruptcies, current, that sort of thing. We're not seeing a lot of people in general not get approved.
Thank you.
politicians paid under the table, is that what, we got a bunch of politicians?
I think it was money made in the dark is the way it's.
Something like
Get
that,
me
yeah.
over here, I'll get you on the list or bump you up. The turnover at 1104, is there, I mean, what's the
1114.
average? 1114.
So, in the 2 years, approximately 2 years, we're coming up on 2 years since the first group of tenants moved in, we have had 5 turnovers.
And that's out of 19, you count the one on Sunny Slope?
That would be 18 with Sunny Slope, so that's, yeah, including that, it's 5.
That's not bad.
And they've all been due to relocation for employment or something like that, personal situations.
Okay, well, it's working.
Thanks,
And
Kylie.
then hopefully we'll have the 10 and then the 72.
And while I'm here, we do have another program that we're working on that I talked to the Workforce Housing Advisory Board on. And what it is it's pathway to homeownership. And we thought, as a company, that it would pair well with the Village of Ruidoso and the mission for workforce housing. And so what this is basically we are helping people from day one of move-in towards homeownership. We are one of the only companies in the area that reports to credit for tenants. So if they're making their rent payments on time, they're already step one towards buying a house. We then have the resources to pair them with financial advisors that can sit down with them and help them determine what they need to do to get to the point of homeownership, whether it's 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. And then we have staff that can be liaisons and sit with them and talk, visit with them, follow up with them to see where they're at with their plans and what it's going to take to get them there. And so, and several of us with the company are certified and do have certifications to teach a financial literacy class from the National Association of Realtors. And so eventually, once that builds enough, we would like to pair that in and, you know, a little pizza party or something and talk about that sort of thing.
That's great. That's good.
Any other questions, Kylie?
Thanks, Kylie.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Kylie.
And now for the moment we've all been waiting for.
Mayor, we have on this item here, we have to approve the
Oh, we do.
actual,
We have to take action on the renewal of the property.
the first renewal, and this is the final renewal, so.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve second renewal of property management agreement with Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Enchanted Lands Realtors for property management at 603 and 1114 Meacham Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
You thought it said entrapment, didn't you?
Well,
That's what they usually
I
say.
just wanted to make sure. I got
Any
it right.
discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kylie.
Now for the moment we've all been waiting for. Discussion and possible action on professional services agreement with the Ruidoso Midtown Association to promote the Midtown District in the Village of Ruidoso in the amount of $46,000 even. And I will have to say, since we started the RMA, it's been a while, we farted and fell every time.
Yep.
And now we're stepping in it. You have been the answer so far, Tim. You're doing a great job. You've been able to work with everyone. You're creative. And so we appreciate all the hard work that you're doing, and we're starting to see more involvement. So anyway, if I can't sell you any better than that, no, we're just happy that you're here.
No, I'm glad to be here. I really enjoyed it. I'm only just in 6 months, so it seems like 3 years, but it's a lot of fun. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. I'm really excited. We had to move the mixer. It was on the 17th, and then we got the other one that came in for the remembrance. So we did move that out to the 24th. I've already sent out everything, so you'll start seeing that updated. So that'll be coming up soon, so I'm really excited about that. We've got the Ruidoso coming up. We've got Halloween, which we're already working on. Looking to do some pretty good stuff with that one. A little bit bigger, more entertainment. So I'm pretty fired up about that. But I really enjoy it. Just got back from grant training. So it was one that Matt Baird recommended. It was great. It's 2 days, a lot of information. In the past, I had been overthinking grants. It's actually a lot easier. So going through that training. So there's going to be a lot of grant action happening.
Excellent. So I see your list of events and everything is pretty comprehensive. I didn't see any dates on them.
So Ruidoso is August 9th. I believe the Halloween is always,
The 31st.
Well, the one in particular that I'm excited about is the dog parade and ice cream crank-off. Says early May. Did we miss that one already?
That's next May.
Okay,
That's still in our fiscal year.
We're working on it. Okay, well, I'll be ready.
Yeah, but that one is another one. We're working with the Humane Society on that one. I'm really fired up about that one too. So we're gonna have hopefully we can find some homes for dogs, and we're gonna do a dog parade. We're gonna do a dog costume competition, and then we're gonna do People's Choice judging for the ice cream crank-off. So there's no judges, it's gonna be the people. They're gonna pay for a ticket to taste everything and do the judge on that, so, and be the judge of that. And it's gonna be basically pretty quiet, there's not gonna be any alcohol. Talking to the Humane Society, they said that there's a lot of people who like to drink and buy dogs and bring it back when they sober up. So we're gonna keep that out. And then, loud music sometimes can
that's a
affect-
good point.
Yeah, loud music can affect, dogs who might have been, beaten or what have you, abused. So it's gonna be just a good old American family event, so
I think that's awesome.
yeah. So and hopefully we'll continue that on, so.
Good job.
Yeah, we really appreciate what you're doing. I'll take a motion, because I know they've been waiting here with his father-in-law and mother-in-law, or,
Well, my father-in-law's here. He didn't believe me when I said that you have Joel Osteen hair. So he wanted to come and see that.
who's Joel Osteen?
Our preacher.
Joel Osteen.
He's a Texas preacher.
Oh, Joel Osteen, yeah, the mega, Bruce knows me.
I move that we accept the professional service agreement with Ruidoso Midtown Association to promote the Midtown District in the Village of Ruidoso in the amount of $46,000.
Second.
Any other nasty comments?
I think the Humane Society.
Roll call.
Have a policy of no returns.
Oh,
Counselor Letterman?
aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Solis?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Corey?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Tim.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for staying.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know y'all were just wanting to make sure he had a job. Yeah, well, he does a really good job, and his wife is so sweet. So it's been a great addition to the community. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on an agreement with John Shoemaker and Associates, Inc. Oh, yeah, we already did that one. Number 4, we've been putting this one off as long.
We have, so I don't know if you want to, okay, go ahead.
This one is item number 4, discussion and possible action on professional services contract with Zach Cook for legal services for the Village of Ruidoso. Anybody have any questions?
Comment, I think it's been running extremely smooth. I date back years ago and, we always had things falling through the cracks. So Zach, kudos. Thank you very much. Mayor, I move approval of the professional services contract with Zach Cook for legal services for the Village of Ruidoso.
Second,
Any
and
discussion?
I'd like to have a little bit discussion, as I always keep a notebook on Zach and his performance.
Oh, boy.
And,
Is that some interesting reading?
I remember when he first came here with John Underwood and sitting here, and boy, how much he got chewed out. I think he did.
John only sent me to planning and zoning at first.
Okay.
Yeah, it was,
Dan?
yeah, Dan Bryant.
So that's where anyway, I remember him getting chewed out. But I was wondering, Counselor, if you make a friendly amendment to increase his monthly pay by $100 from $1,100 to $1,200. I'm just putting that out there.
Agreed.
There we have a motion and an amendment to accept the contract and add $100 a month.
It's 1,000, you're saying 1,000 or?
$100 a month, so it'd be $1,200 a year.
So it'll be $1,200 a year.
Gotcha, yep.
100, 100, or one?
A month,
A month.
$1,200
So
a
it's
year.
$1,200 a year.
We need to call finance department in.
No, it would be $1,200 a month, not a year.
For what?
He
It's
said-
it's $1,100 a month.
No, 11.
You said you wanted to increase it $100 a
A
month.
month.
So that's $1,200 additional a year.
So it'd be 160,
Oh, my God.
1,200.
No, it's,
It's 11,000 a month.
No, he said that he wanted to raise it $100 a month.
$100 a month.
So the contract would go from 160,000 to 161,000.
$200.
Well, that took a little,
Yes.
Y'all were doing so good. Thank you, banker, former banker. Shame on y'all. Good God Almighty.
Okay, if you want to be kosher about this, you have to vote on the amendment first.
Oh,
Then you have
that's
to
right.
vote- Then you have to vote on the motion as amended.
And I'd entertain a motion.
I move that the amendment be approved as described.
second,
Any other discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Corey.
Aye.
Now I move, Mr. Mayor, that the motion be approved as amended.
Second.
Any discussion?
1,200 here, 1,200 there.
Well, he can buy more chocolate. He can buy more chocolate when he goes on vacation. He always brings us back some. Roll call, please.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Corey.
Aye.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much,
Zach.
Zach, appreciate it.
Item number 5, discussion and renewal action on first renewal agreement, IFB number 2024-009B with Universal Waste Systems, Inc. for vegetative waste proposal.
And Mayor and everybody, I failed to attach the correct.
Oh, there's
renewal
Jerry.
Agreement, the one that I'm passing out shows the CPI increase. I failed to attach it correctly in notice agenda.
Thank you.
So we had a CPI increase, you can see of 2.5%.
Mayor and council, in working with Ernie Byers, he originally wanted 6%, then he went down to 5.2, and I spoke with him again, we got it to 2.5, so.
Attaboy. Jerry, is there anything you'd like to add, or Robin?
No, sir, they're working real good for us.
Yeah, those guys do a great job.
Good job on the negotiating.
Yeah, no lie.
And how far out are we on your new grapple trucks?
Well, what we're supposed to be getting to is not.
Yeah. You need trash trucks? You get them run over? Yeah. Yeah, so that's something we need to start looking at, because it'll take a year to get a truck in, won't it?
No, they got some on the ground.
They do?
These last ones we've been getting, I call them glorified El Caminos, but.
What do you say?
Glorified El Camino.
Because, you know, they got that low front end, they slide down in the front, they don't sit up there high.
But will it do a wheelie? That's what I,
They are doing the job.
And Mayor and council, we should be receiving our claims check from the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund on that last accident, so should be getting that really
Is
soon.
this still in service? Is it in service, the last one that was wrecked?
I don't have any spares right. I've got one carrot busted, and then that one got wrecked, and I have 4 spares. 2 went down last week. I actually had to call a specialized place while I was on Thursday, Friday to come up and get 2 trucks up. One of them went back down today. So I gotta hurry up, get back, see what I can do, so I can have a route run in the morning.
Is there a lease option anywhere?
Not a lease, nobody wants to lease, just the side loaders, they'll lease front loaders or rear loaders or anything else, but not side loaders. There's too much,
Opportunity to wreck it. What about Ernie and those guys?
We can ask, you want to ask, we can ask Universal Waste.
we did that, they just wanted us to use one of theirs. It
Okay, well, we can still have that conversation.
was right-hand drive.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what they have, but we can visit, because they've been expanding quite a bit, so. Okay.
But anyhow, we'll manage
I move that we accept the first renewal agreement, IFB 2024-009B, with Universal Waste System, Inc., for vegetative waste disposal.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Solis?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Corey?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry we're having the issues. Yeah. Okay, hello, Lee.
Good afternoon.
So we're going to talk about item number 6. Nope.
Nope.
Item number 8. Cleanup.
I'm the last cookie in the jar.
Yeah. Discussion and possible action on task order C for a preliminary engineering report, PER, with Lochner Consulting for design of a new airport terminal building in the amount of $151,376, no cents, including New Mexico GRT. Would you like to introduce the Lochner Consulting firm? Is it a whole firm over there?
The whole firm right here. Mike Garcia, he's our
Everybody knows Mike Garcia.
consultant firm.
Hello, Mike. Thank you. Go ahead, Lee.
So the cat's out of the bag. We're working on trying to get us a new airport terminal. PER is the preliminary engineering report to discuss the airport terminal schematic design. So it gives the engineers and architects, we'll discuss the areas required for the new terminal. And the final document will give the village high opinion of cost and renderings that they can use to seek funding for design and construction of the new terminal building.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited.
Yes.
You know, with disasters that we've had, the silver lining is it's presented some opportunities, so we're trying to take them.
My only question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, would this be something where potentially build the new terminal and then destroy the old? Or leave it all and revamp and?
Build a new, and the old one will be leased out.
Hopefully we get
Leased
a
out,
mechanics.
Okay. But it would be, okay. Good enough?
Mayor Crawford and members of the council, we did receive a grant for this project, thanks to the Queen again, Jane Lucero, 100% paid by the state.
Yep.
So there'll be funding that we already, Mayor already signed off on the grant agreement, so.
They're funding the study.
Yes, 100%.
And then we'll go after money for the
We'll
terminal.
go after money for the actual construction.
Yes.
Okay.
Where, in what area would the new proposed terminal be located?
So it'll be on the
Come on down, Mike.
southeast corner
Southeast corner.
of the ramp of the aircraft parking apron. So kind of right across the ramp from the current terminal and down the fence line from where the ARF building is. Does that make any sense?
Sure, I know with the.
Southeast, right?
So the fence line that runs back to the west, it's gonna be right there in that corner of the west of the ARF building.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Please.
Mike.
Tell us.
Oh, no, yes, sir. Lee's correct, and what that does is, we've looked at your airport layout plan, which is the master plan of your airport, and that fits right into, looking at the size, the square footage, and the accessibility off the highway, that fits in really well with it.
Good.
I move, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to move. I move that we accept the preliminary engineering report, PER, with Lochner Consulting for design of a new airport terminal building in the amount of $151,376, including New Mexico GRT.
Second.
Any final discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Solis?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Corey?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Yes,
Mike.
thank you so much. Thank you.
hanging out.
Super excited about that one. So, and we got some other things we're gonna do out there, but I appreciate you guys taking the initiative.
Thanks, Lee. Thank you.
And then we also signed another grant today for maintenance and.
Skid steer and some,
We had an incident where we had a plane that
Oh, yeah.
had all the flats that was stuck. We couldn't move it for 2 days. And so they make these tires that you put on it that you can then move it, and that's what we're doing.
So that's why it was sitting out there. I went out for the flag thing for at Fort Stanton, and I said, man, did they just park it there or what? So
Flats all the way around.
I didn't even pay attention to that.
Okay, we do have a few items for closed session. If I could get a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978. Further discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978. And finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing 1015-1H8 MSA 1978. And the action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back into open session, and I so move.
Second.
Discussion, roll call.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Corey?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman? Aye. Counselor Eby?
Thank you. We'll be in recess until we're done. Thank you guys for attending today.